Just as good at Sydney. يعني مش بطال يعني مقارنة بس.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everybody for joining us under very, very short notice. Normally I like to have about 6 months to organise a conference like this, at least as a minimum 6 months, preferably a year. But we were given a very short window for a special guest to come and join us from overseas, and we thought to take that opportunity and use that window. And events in the Middle East have changed all our plans, and our guest was asked to stay back, and I'll go about that later on after the opening speech by the Honourable Tony Stewart MP. Before we go to the opening speech, I'd like to invite Sheikh Saad to do the traditional opening of our events with his very mesmerising and beautiful rendition of a few words from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنما المؤمنون إخوة فأصلحوا بين أخويكم واتقوا الله لعلكم ترحمون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى أن يكونوا خيرا منهم ولا نساء من نساء عسى أن يكن خيرا منهن ولا تلمزوا أنفسكم ولا تنابزوا بالألقاب بئس الاسم الفسوق بعد الإيمان ومن لم يتب فأولئك هم الظالمون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن إثم ولا تجسسوا ولا يغتب بعضكم بعضا أيحب أحدكم أن يأكل لحم أخيه ميتا فكرهتموه واتقوا الله إن الله تواب رحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. صدق الله العظيم.
Good morning and salam alaikum. Peace be with you all. My name's Tony Stewart, and as Keysar has indicated, I'm the parliamentary host for today's event, and it's a great honour for me to be a host for such an important event that's going to analyse, discuss and interpret the perspectives of dialogue and inclusion at a time where we most need it, not only with world affairs, but with situations that are occurring on our doorstep in Australia, political comments, opportunities that focus through election campaigns and how they're used, and really importantly, how that translates to our communities, community standards, community values, community understanding of people that can become marginalised as a result of such commentary. Now, I just want to go through some of the format of the day first. Then I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my involvement with dialogue and inclusion through my life cycle. But firstly, I wanted to point out that today will begin after my speech with someone who's much more focused and expert in the area that we're discussing today, and that's Dr. Ibrahim Mohammad, who's really the special guest speaker today to give us a focus for our thoughts, our understandings and our perspectives today. And he's a renowned scholar in Islamic studies, but also somebody who spent a great deal of time pursuing the ideals of inclusion in our society, and I thank him for that. We also have Father Chris Riley, who will be arriving shortly, and Father Chris Riley has just arrived, I think, so that was very timely. But Father Chris is somebody that has a reputation, as many of us would know, as a person who's worked through the focus of young people, supporting them in marginalised situations, but in reality, also the perspectives of dialogue and inclusion is what is behind a lot of that quest, a lot of that focus. We have Deputy Commissioner Peter Drennan from the Australian Federal Police, and we thank him for his attendance as well. The Federal Police, as we know, have worked very closely with a broad spectrum of Islamic communities throughout Australia to achieve a better inclusion in terms of the way that things focus, not only at law, but importantly through community understanding and perspective. We also have Professor Stuart Rees from the Sydney Peace Foundation. Professor Rees is renowned for his dialogue in terms of peace and harmony throughout our communities in Australia, and he's somebody who's well versed in helping us understand our focus today in a better way. And we have Dr. Salim Farrar from the Sydney University Law School, and again, Dr. Farrar is someone that will help us in the perspectives that we'll be pursuing today, along with Acting Assistant Commissioner John O'Reilly from the New South Wales Police. And I can speak very solidly about the New South Wales Police, having been a Parliamentary Secretary for Police for 3 years in my past work as a Member of Parliament, but also having a really strong dialogue with police in my local area of Bankstown, and knowing the great work and achievements that occur not only through the focus that police have with dialogue and inclusion, and that has changed dramatically in the last several years in terms of it being much more positive and productive, but importantly the way that that inclusiveness operates on a family basis in our communities itself. And also we have Acting Assistant Police Commissioner John O'Reilly from the police, as I've said, coming in, and Sanna Trad will help top up things today with perspectives from a media understanding. Now, we also have today as some people that have come along and taken time out of their busy schedules, along with everybody else, Reverend Ian Pearson from the Pitt Street Uniting Church, Reverend Fred Nile, who's coming in later. We've got some halal chicken prepared for Fred Nile, so I'll make sure that he's aware of that. And we have Sheikh Awad who's the President of the Australian Union of Africa, and help convene this event. And also, I'd like to mention Consul General of Egypt, Ayman Ali Khamed. He's a newly posted Consul General, but already renowned for the great work he's doing with community, and I thank him for his attendance. We have Assistant Commissioner from the Department of Corrective Services, Luke Grant, and we have Mrs. Jamison Jamaldeen who's the Principal of the Australian Islamic College. And we have Haj Mohammad Mahali from the Halal Certification Authority, Professor Rifat Ebeid, who we're arriving a little bit later, but he's the National Director for the Multicultural and Cross-Cultural Church in Australia, Dr. Tony Floyd, I'm sorry, that's his role, and Dr. Tony Floyd's coming. We'll work out these roles a little bit later as the day goes by, and we're more aware of the situation. And we have the Venerable Graham Lyle, AM, who's from the Buddhist Association of New South Wales, and we have Professor Raja Jaraman, the Vice President of the Hindu Council of Australia, Mrs. Sanna Trad I've already mentioned, or Ms. Sanna Trad. Keysar Trad, who I want to give particular mention to. Keysar is one of the conveners of today's event. In fact, has put a lot of time and effort, and as always, his soul into the event to make it a success. And having worked with Keysar over the last, nearly 20 years now, I'd say, I have to say that we are blessed in our community to have such a person who's prepared to take a perspective to the greater community, fight for the rights of the marginalised people within our community, and importantly, really put his own head on the chopping block, as he's done on many occasions, even legally, to make a point in terms of dialogue and inclusion. It's not an easy task, and I thank you for that, Keysar, because you've been a real crusader there. Also, we have Dr. Nahi El-Ghazouei from the Australian Council of Women's Affairs, and His Excellency, I've already mentioned, from the Egyptian Consul, and I think that's about it. There may be a few others here today, and I apologise for not mentioning you if I haven't, but I'm sure during the course of the day with other speakers, and Keysar will take over in a very expert way after me to be the MC, and he'll mention those that need to be mentioned as well. As I've indicated, my role is the host of this event, and proud and privileged I am to be here as the member for Bankstown in that perspective. Bankstown, many of you would know, is arguably, in fact, I think it is, Australia's most multicultural electorate. We boast over 120 nationalities that live and reside in the area of Bankstown as sisters and brothers, as greater family. It works. The multicultural experiment that was injected into Australia with great controversy years ago has principally worked, but it does need some fine-tuning. It does need WD-40 on the joints every now and then to keep it moving around effectively. But most importantly, it needs a better understanding from community and from community leaders. And it's sometimes used as, I guess, an easy way of focusing on minority perspectives in a negative situation. And that's sad. That's really sad. And to give you my experience, as I said earlier on, I, having grown up in Bankstown, have seen a lot of changes. A lot of changes indeed. Changes, though, I think, for the better. But changes we're still harnessing, changes we're still trying to accept, and changes we're still trying to understand. When I went to primary school in Bankstown, back in the 1830s, or thereabouts, I think it was about 1969, 70, thereabouts, I can remember arriving from a country area where I was quite, feeling out of things, not too sure what to do in this big city area of Bankstown as it was to me then. And my mother, some would know in this room, came from Egypt. She immigrated from Egypt in 1949 with her family, and my father was born in Australia, of Irish-Scottish background. I'm a true citizen of multicultural perspective, a true example of it. But it wasn't easy back then because my mother used to prepare lunch for me at school, which I used to love, but it was the pita flat bread. What's wrong with that? Fantastic now, people queue up for it, but not back then. I can remember arriving in Bankstown to have lunch at school. When I opened my lunch, the others saw it with their blue eyes and their blonde hair and immediately labelled me salami guts. And I really didn't know why, but I know that label pursued me for the next 2 years at primary school as I finished that primary school in Bankstown. I know also I was called a wog, even though my name was Stewart, didn't matter. I was dark or darker than some of them, and I did eat different foods because they were the foods I loved to grow up with. But I was labelled differently straight away. Scary experience for a young person. What it meant for me really quickly was that I started to disown my heritage, and that's a really sad thing. I didn't want to know about my Maltese, my Italian background. I didn't want to speak it. And this came to a culmination when I was at Bankstown Square back in the early 1970s. And I can remember I was with my family, my grandmother, my nonna, a very Italian person, and with other Italian relatives, and Maltese as well. And I was spotted by these mates at school, and I just remember disappearing because I was so embarrassed to be seen with the other side of me. Now, that's a tragedy that has changed dramatically in Australia in the few years since then, in dramatic terms, as we've had immigration from many countries, and most importantly, in the post-75, 80 period, when we had significant immigration from the Middle East part of the world. Many people would know that from this perspective here today, and from Asia. but we were predominantly a white Australia country, a dangerous situation to grow up in, and one that has moulded still the attitudes and the values of many Australians today. The Australians that will get up on TV and say, I'm not a racist person, but I don't know why these people keep coming in on boats. We don't want them here. You know, I think when Arthur Phillip landed at the port of Sydney back in 1788, the Aborigines must have said, we don't want those boat people here. You know, that's the perspective that we're pursuing now. And it's a shame it's still there. And as recent as this week, and I think this is the best way to conclude, we saw the problems with dialogue, the problems with inclusion emerge again in terms of political focus. Whether it was right or wrong, whether it happened or not, because I'm not sure of the circumstances, but we know what the media did with it straight away. Scott Morrison allegedly made comments that the opposition would be tougher, stronger, and more horrible to those that want to come in as refugees and so on boats. Now, I'm not too sure about the circumstances, but I know this much. If you're going to put your family on a boat and send them 8,000 kilometres across the seas, risk what happened at Christmas Island, you are a desperate person to remove your family from their birthplace to try and bring them to a better opportunity. That's not a bad thing. But politicians, unfortunately, me being one of them, though I'm moving on to other fields soon, do easily harness these perspectives and use them to launch in an innuendo sort of way, not that direct attack, and that makes it dangerous because when I grew up, racism was intrinsic, but now it's subversive. And subversiveness, you know, is difficult to deal with because no one wants to admit to it. No one wants to gain ownership on it. But today, you'll be able to examine the positive opportunities that are in front of us. Today, you'll be able to focus on some of not only the questions, but most importantly, the answers that our society needs to move forward as we continue into the 21st century as one of the greatest nations on this earth, but great because we've harnessed an understanding that we're part of the world, we're not exclusive from it, and that the backbone of Australia are people like yourselves that have brought a sense of values and different faiths, different understandings and perspectives to a world that needs to operate along that line and not be exclusive, but be inclusive into its future. And that's the answer that I think we need to seek, not through us today only, but through our children. I'll leave it at that, and again, welcome you to the Parliament. You have a great day in front of you. Keysar and others have put together a fantastic program that's going to lead you through these questions and towards some of the answers, I hope. And also lunch has been organised, I understand, is that right, Keysar? I'm not sure where though, whereabouts? Okay, in the foyer, so that's pretty easy. Just go out where the food is and the smiles and make yourself comfortable today. If you have any questions at all, just come and see me and I'll help you out. If you have any particular needs to chase while you're here, let me know as well. So again, welcome to the Parliament and of New South Wales. Make today a very important day for everybody. Make it work for your needs and for others. We're one family here today, and I know that with your work, inshallah, we're going to make a great difference.
Thank you very much, Tony. And Tony is right. The people that he missed, I will catch up and hopefully I'll remember the names and mention them all. We have our dear brother Abu Anas, who's the national leader of Hizbut with a number of brothers from the organisation. We also have His Excellency Idris At-Tajuri. Thank you for joining us. Came all the way from Canberra, from the Libyan Embassy. Thank you for taking the time to be with us for this very important event. And we also have Talal al-Sheikh and Mohammad al-Sheikh from the Bakhoun Association. And I wasn't going to mention political aspirants, but I'm also grateful that Rebecca Kay, who's a candidate for the seat of Bankstown, has also joined us today. We've I'm really very happy and impressed that so many of you took the time out to be with us for this important occasion. Didn't I turn this off? It's probably somebody looking for directions. There's a few people who've been ringing me, asking me how to get to State Parliament, and that's one of the reasons that we decided to convene this event here, is to familiarise more and more members of our community with the State Parliament, and that it is a place for the people. And we also are honoured to have Dr. Simon Longstaff, the Executive Director of the St James Centre for Ethics, with us. Thank you for joining us today. And I'll have to go back and double check the name before I say it, so I'll do that when I introduce the next speaker. Before I introduce the President of the Australian Union of African Arab Associations, I'd just like to make everybody aware that Dr. Ibrahim or Mohammad's speech will be in Arabic. We have 20 copies of it in English, and we also have headphones so that we can provide a simultaneous translation. If you prefer to have a headphone, then we will read that out to you you read the translation so that there's no start and stop. It will not be him talking, stopping after every sentence and somebody translating. It will be basically read out as he's delivering it in Arabic. So if you prefer to have simultaneous translation spoken into your headphones, we'll do that. If you prefer to just have the printed speech, I've only got 20 copies, so if I can have a show of hands later on, we'll go by your wishes. The reason we held this conference on this day, at this time of the year, there were two reasons really. One of them is we really wanted to do something in February before people get too involved with the state election. We wanted to show that the Australian Muslim community and the Australian Arabic community is very keen to promote the idea of dialogue and inclusion, and to engage with the significant arms of government, in particular law enforcement and also community relations. And I think the response from the law enforcement arm has been tremendous. I wish that we had a better response from the other side of the bureaucracy, but so be it. Talking about that side of government, I should also acknowledge the New South Wales manager from the Attorney General's Department, Robert Delaney. The speaker that we had to accommodate the timing of this conference for is Dr. Ali Al-Salebi. And Dr. Ali Al-Salebi has become a leading world scholar in terms of correcting the understanding or the misunderstanding of some aspects of Islamic history. He's written profusely on Islamic history. He's written profusely on the life of significant figures in the Muslim world. And he's been very active in rectifying attitudes amongst people, particularly people who have decided to it says cheap phones. I've got to do something about them. Dr. Ali Al-Salebi could not be with us today. He told us last Thursday, and this is when we started to announce to people and put on the website, that he could not join us. He said he could not leave the country where he was at the moment, because they were anticipating that there was going to be some major demonstrations in that country, and that he wanted, he was advised by friends and colleagues to stay back to see if he can be a positive contributor towards some form of improvement of the situation. So he couldn't be with us today, but he will be with us at a later time. And hopefully when we find out his availability, we'll have enough lead time, and next time we'll just have, now that we're having the conference today with all the other speakers who have been kind enough to join us, next time we'll just have him over for a dinner, and he'll be speaking at that dinner, or maybe a lunch. And that may be around April, sometime in April possibly, but we don't know yet. We won't know until we see what's happening where he is at the moment. The person who's been very keen and who's a student of Dr. Ali Al-Salebi, and he's been very keen to bring Dr. Ali Al-Salebi to Australia, is Sheikh Naser Zuway. Naser Zuway also has another name, which you saw on the invitation. It's Uwais Zuwaid. There are reasons for that, which we probably don't need to go into at the moment. Sheikh Naser is, since establishing the Australian Union of African Arab Association, has been very active in engaging the community and in celebrating various aspects of culture and showing how these aspects of culture can contribute to everyday life in society. Since purchasing their centre in Lakemba about a year ago, he's held a number of events that have been very successful and very, very highly attended. Please welcome Sheikh Naser Zuway to welcome you into the conference.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected members of the Diplomatic Corps, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to pay my respect to the original custodian of the land and their elders past and the present. Thank you, Mr. Tony Stewart, for hosting this conference. We could not have raised our dream of convening this conference in the State of Parliament without your support and support of your dedicated staff, especially Leah Tucker, who has worked very hard to ensure that this conference is a success. Thank you, all of you, all for accepting our invitations and a very short time. As Brother Keysar has indicated, we convened this conference to bring wisdom and experience of Dr. Ali Salabi to Australia. He has not been able to leave Libya because of the protests that are taking place at the moment. I speak to you with the sorrow in my heart for the peaceful demonstrators who have been killed. I will also be traveling to Libya on Sunday. I wanted to be with my family during this time of unrest, but my commitment with respect of this conference meant that I had to delay my departure until the conference is convened and we got together and shared our ideas of the very important topic of dialogue. Welcome, and I look forward to many more activities in the future together as Australians coming from different backgrounds. Jazakumullah khair wa shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikh Naser. That's another thing that's excellent about Sheikh Naser is that he knows how to keep him concise. It's very good. Thank you. I'd also like to welcome Catherine Topley from the US Consulate, who was kind enough to join us today for this important event. I'm very good at changing things around, and I'm also happy to apologise for making these changes. There was a mistake in the program. If any of you had seen it on the internet, I had originally put Father Chris Riley as a panellist. Actually, Father Chris Riley is going to be one of the opening speakers, and it was a misunderstanding on my part. I would like to invite Father Chris Riley up now. Father Chris Riley really doesn't need an introduction. His organisation is called Youth Off the Streets. He's been very, very active, very hard-working in taking young people off the streets and helping them, particularly troubled young people. And I'm sure most of you will recognise him and will know him.
Thank you, Keysar. I got a bit stuck for a panel because I've got some of my Year 11 students here. I thought it might be more fun for them to be here than having me teach them in class. So we're getting a special morning tea after I speak. It's certainly a big privilege, and Keysar, I'm very grateful that you've given me the opportunity to speak about this, and particularly with young people. I think one of the questions I've been asked to address is, what is the trouble with our young people at the moment? And I have to say that, particularly when violence is concerned, I believe at the root of all violence is disrespect. When people are disrespected, they can act very violently. I think that's crucial that we understand right across the world. When there is violence, at its deepest root is disrespecting people, and then they react, I guess, very violently. They can. One of my greatest highlights in my life, I guess, was with Tony Stewart doing most the work in Aceh. When I flew over to Aceh very innocently, I am a Catholic priest, obviously. I don't work within church structures, and I don't work with Catholic clients necessarily. We work with everyone. And it was interesting when we went up to the floods in Queensland with a group of young youth workers. The first thing we were told, given advice, they said to us, you need to respect multiculturalism. And my team started laughing because in my team I had an African, an Islander, Aboriginal, white, Muslim, Christian, all sorts. And these guys worked together incredibly. And when I went to Aceh, certainly in the beginning, the Australian papers basically said that I wasn't wanted there. And I was quite happy to say, okay, if I'm not wanted, I'll go away. But Tony worked really hard at getting a partnership there. And we were able to work very effectively in Aceh because we got in partnership with a Muslim group, Mohammad, who are, I think, the second largest group in Indonesia. And how we worked it was very, very simply. We basically said to each other, we're not going to concentrate on what makes us different. We're going to concentrate on what is common between us and we'll be able to move forward. And what was common between us was the young people who were living on the streets. I toured the place looking at all the thousands and thousands of dead bodies, unmoved because I knew I couldn't do anything about them. But as we walked around with Mohammadiyah, what we acknowledged was that common between us was the young people in need. I had the skills and the finances to deal with that. And again, what we did very uniquely, and I still don't understand why many of the bigger organisations didn't do it, we actually handed it over to the Achenese people straight away. And that's why I guess our kids in Aceh, and I describe them as our kids, have gone on to university when the majority of people or kids in Aceh in those first few years didn't pass the national exams. My kids passed the national exams because we put in the Achenese spiritual leaders, the youth workers, psychologists, were all members of the Achenese community. And they were able to build this incredible force, this incredible love around those children who had been through the tsunami and lost, in some cases, all their family members. And the first thing we did was to build a mosque and make sure and clear that this was going to be a Muslim orphanage run by the Achenese for the Achenese. And I think that worked really, really cleverly. I've been quite outspoken. I work across New South Wales in some of the toughest places, and I know that some won't agree with me, but I believe, and I've taken on a challenge this year, two challenges. One is to help people understand violence, and the other is to challenge racism in this community, because I believe it is strongly there, and I certainly experience it across communities, and particularly in the Aboriginal communities where we see incredible discrimination. And I put someone on an alert last week saying, I'm coming after you and I'm going to use anti-discrimination laws to get you because of your discrimination against the Aboriginal community in this small town. He even at one stage had an Aboriginal statue put up on his wall with rest in peace, basically saying, we don't want you in our country. And we need to challenge that racism. And I know Tony and I are very good mates. But I have to say that I am also very anti-multiculturalism. I think we've tried that, and what it does for me, I guess, is we highlight what is different between us. We'll have special days and picnics and we'll discuss food and language and dance and all those sorts of things. And the next day, and giving you a young person or a young islander that I work with, he said to me one day, you know, we have these multicultural days and they listen to our singing and our dancing and eat our food, and then they tell us the next day to go back and pick their fruit. We need to challenge, I believe, multiculturalism as a strategy for bringing people together. I believe strongly the only way we can come together is by understanding what is common between us. And once we have that commonness, once we understand the oneness of humanity, once we get that, we will, because we are friends, want to reach out and discover what also is different between us. But that second part does come after the commonness of humanity, which I believe is very, very crucial. I'm a great fan of Martin Luther King Jr., who said, and I had the privilege of being the Australia Day ambassador at Auburn, and I said there, and I saw many of the community nodding when I said it, I said, we must live together as brothers and sisters or perish together as fools. We need to understand that and grab hold of that concept. And when it comes to young people, I have to say we need to also, they are discriminated against. I believe discrimination at all levels against young people, religion, different communities, disabilities, poverty, they are all ways of discriminating against people. I was also privileged, I don't know if Reverend Fred's here yet, I was privileged to do my first Australia Day ambassadorship was to Camden, and there had been the weeks prior to Camden a lot of talk about the Muslim school out there, and I was again interviewed about that, and I said, as far as I can see, and I heard about hundreds of people being gathered around Reverend Fred Nile and his denouncing of the Muslim community. And on the front page of the Camden paper, I really denounced anyone who would use the name of Jesus Christ to promote hate. That was impossible for me to understand. I did leave the country the next day, so I don't know if there's any reaction from him, but I just believe we've got to work together very, very hard to be a common humanity. When it comes to young people, I have been asked to address their issues as well. I work across some of the toughest country towns like Walgett, Lightning Ridge, Griffith, Narrandera. In the western suburbs, we're Blacktown, Doonside, southwestern Sydney, Macquarie Fields, Rose Meadows and Ayres. And in those communities, I have to say, I meet thousands and thousands of kids who have lost all hope. We have what I call the psychology of hopelessness, overcoming young people who are discriminated against at alarming rates. We have the highest unemployment rate for kids. In many of those suburbs, 30% unemployment rate among our young people. We have young people being locked up at alarming rates, and we treat them harsher, I think, in terms of incarcerating them. We have them with no job prospects, with education departments that throw them out very, very quickly. Until we overcome this incredible, I guess, need for hope in a young person's life, we're going to keep going down the same road of escalation of violence. And when at the 2020 I suggested, I put up my hand and said, could we please have youth-friendly infrastructure? That is places where kids can come and be at peace and get help to get their lives back together. Wasn't even mentioned in the final report. And so when it comes to politicians, very largely, they certainly don't acknowledge the need our young people have. And as a result of that, we have many of our young people in very difficult circumstances. At Blacktown, for example, there are 200 different communities in Blacktown. It's the largest suburb, I believe, in Australia. 26% of its population is under 18. 200 different communities, 26% of its population under 18, 37% of the population under 25. And yet there is nothing for those kids to do out there. And we know the one message we have to give kids right across all cultures, all religions is you can contribute, you can make a difference. And I'll illustrate that and finish on that point of how we can actually give young people an incredible gift that they can contribute to the world. And I see myself as highly privileged to have been working with disadvantaged young people for the last 36 years. And it's been a long haul, I guess. And when I went to Macquarie Fields, I encountered a lot of these kids who were involved in riots. And I encountered magistrates who were going to lock them up no matter what. And you know, we need to fight against putting young people in detention centres, because the biggest indicator of a young person becoming a recidivist, going in and out, through a lifetime, is to put them there in the first place. So we've got to try everything else before we actually put them in detention centres. And with these three boys from Macquarie Fields I went to court with, the magistrate really resented me being there because he knew I was going to fight against what he was going to do. He did lock them up. I did get them out within 15 minutes on appeal. And I took them over to the Philippines where we have a work there. And I took them into a jail. And I couldn't understand why they were letting a Catholic priest into the jail, because the week before another Catholic priest had gone in with undercover cameras, and he got a CNN report right across the world about the conditions of the Philippine jails. And I've been hearing of child abuse for 36 years, and it still breaks my heart. And on that CNN report, one prisoner pointed to an 8-year-old boy and said, "See that boy? We get him whenever he wants." An 8-year-old was in an adult jail. By the time I went there, they thought they had cleaned it up, and they put all the young people into a cell by themselves that would have been the size of this stage. 31 kids in that cell, never let out, one toilet, one shower, concrete floor, that's it. And when the Macquarie Fields boys, who I took over there, because I wanted to write a great report to them so they wouldn't get locked up, and they didn't get locked up when I went back to district court, when they went in there, they were horrified by the circumstances of those kids being in such terrible conditions. And eventually the Filipino kids started dancing around and playing with them, and it was a moment of great joy eventually. And when the kids, when we were about to go home, I left the day before, and I gave each of the Macquarie Fields boys $50 and said, "Please buy something for your mum. Your first overseas trip, first time on a plane. But please don't go to the duty-free shops in the airports, because the only things they have in those sort of countries are cigarettes, grog and makeup." I said, "Well, at least it gets some makeup, that's okay." But when they actually came back, the youth worker with them raced to me and he said, "Guess what they spent the money on?" I said, "I hope not grog and cigarettes." And he said, No. They put their money together, went into the capital in the Philippines, bought little mattresses and pillows and blankets and took them back into the jail for those kids. And one of the young men who was 19 came to me and said, "Father, I know that I can make a difference." And I thought, wow, that's the message I want to give every one of our young people, that they can make a difference. And I speak often before I think, and I said to them, "Would you like to become youth workers or trainee youth workers?" They jumped and said, "Yes." I thought, what the hell is a trainee youth worker? I have no idea what I've just said, but I've got to make it happen. Today, all those boys are now employed as, have graduated as youth workers. We now have trainees wherever we go. In Blacktown, we have African, Islander, Muslim, Christian, all sorts. And it's incredible to see these young people coming together. And I guess if I can say anything about where our young people are at the moment, is we have to understand that we keep pushing them away from us, and they will come back harder and harder the more we push. And when I criticised Bob Carr one day, he said, "When I find the kids who lit those fires, I will humiliate, degrade and traumatise them." So I was on the TV and radio and all that the next day saying, those strategies are proven through research and evidence to escalate the level of violence. You cannot make someone better by making them feel worse. And so today I'm honoured to be here. Keysar, I'm really pleased to be here. Sorry we didn't have Hazem Al-Masri here, because he's a ambassador for Youth of the Streets. And again, he's a great example of when he became an ambassador, the first thing I did was read his book so that I understood him. And I got to know him as a person. And as an ambassador, I'm really quite privileged to call him a very good friend. Today, I wish you the best. I'm happy to work with anyone to bring about a greater respect. I don't know what word to use. I've thought about diversity isn't the word. Tolerance certainly isn't the word. I think basically respect is the word. We respect, we honour people from all sorts of backgrounds and ages and disabilities and poverty and rich, all those things. We need to acknowledge and respect all people. We in this country do not respect all people, unfortunately, and it will take gatherings like this day in and day out to bring about that respect. And I guess how you, because I have been critical of multiculturalism, and Tony and I have a robust friendship, I think at the end of the day, Parliament, governments, churches can't legislate to bring people together. It's to going up to each individual, looking each other in the eye and saying, "You are my brother, you are my sister." And finally, I'll finish with Martin Luther King's word again. We must live together as brothers and sisters, or perish together as fools. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Chris Riley, for inspiring and touching speech, especially the transformation in these young people. And you know, I'm a firm believer in never giving up on young people unless they're my children and they're giving me a hard time. That's a bit different. But, I don't give up on them, but I do get very, very disappointed. But we should never give up on young people. And even if they show antisocial behaviour, they are going to be part of the future of the society, part of the future of the nation. And if we don't help them adjust and be able to contribute constructively to society, they'll end up doing quite the opposite. I personally still think that multiculturalism is a good idea. Maybe the fact that it's getting a lot of criticism now, it needs to be perhaps explained to those federal politicians who've been very critical of it. But it's become a word that has picked up a lot of unfair baggage, unfortunately. The headphones are being distributed at the moment. Does anybody still need a headphone, or haven't they been distributed yet? Yes. Does everybody who needs English have a copy of the printed? How many people still need copies? 2, 3. Okay. I'll get you those copies later. Can we bring the headphones, please? The headphones. Sister Nahla, the headphones. Dr. Ibrahim. Oh, you're here. I thought you were out there. Someone looks like you out there. Amazing resemblance. Can we have the headphones, please? Are they ready? Okay, while they're sorting out the technical problems with the headphones, if Brother Ismail, can you help me give this out to the people who need the English? I thought I'd covered everybody. If you just put your hand up until you receive a copy, please. I'd also like to acknowledge the Australian Palestinian Cultural Centre. A member of the Cultural Centre actually were involved in a trip to Queensland to help fix some of the houses that had been affected by the flooding and to clear debris and clear some of the creeks. They spent about a week up there, and it was a delegation led by the former Mufti of Australia, Sheikh Tajuddin al-Hilali. They managed to fix some houses and make them livable again. And they did a lot of good work, and the local residents were very happy to see them and very appreciative of their efforts. They took 40 tradesmen on a bus, long trip to Brisbane. They went to Toowoomba, and they worked for a whole week there trying to fix as much of the houses as possible. So thank you for that. And just on that topic, I have to acknowledge that I'm also very proud of the efforts of the Australian Muslim community, that they opened their houses, especially in Brisbane. People who had extra room, they made them available for anybody who's affected by the flooding. The tragedy actually brought us together. The tragedy showed that when there's need, people forget all sorts of differences, and the true spirit of brotherhood starts to dominate the scene. Can we distribute the headphones, please? We need some on this side, some on that side, and some in the middle. Our next speaker, before we get to the panel, is Professor Ibrahim Abu Mohammad. I first met him during the month of Ramadan in 1993. And I heard some of his talks, and I was too impressed for my own good, because before I knew it, I was translating some of his books, and it's something that can be very, very, very difficult. Not because the translation itself is difficult, but when the product is finished and you ask people to proofread it and check it, there's a huge difference between translating a book in a document and the mistakes that seep through, and then the criticism and the various problems. And because he's the first person I translated a book for, I pleaded with him at the time to have professionals proofread it. Unfortunately, the proofreading didn't go to plan, and those mistakes are attributed to me, which they were probably my fault to start with, but they would have been picked up by a good proofreader. I translated, I think, 4 books for him, and his books have been not so much about Islamic history, not so much about Islamic personalities, but more so about Islamic thought. They're an intellectual approach to issues from an Islamic perspective. And this is also evident in the thesis that he did for his PhD back in the 80s. It was about the manner or the means that Islam uses to achieve security for a society. How Islam creates a safe and secure environment. I remember he talking about this with his friends. I was with him at the time. I've seen the thesis. It's so big. I don't think I've ever seen a thesis even half that size. And he spoke about the pain when his supervisor asked him to cut down 800 pages out of it, leaving him with only about 2,300 pages, A4. So that just shows you just how much there is, how rich the Islamic tradition is in promoting security for a society. And I thought initially we were going to have him present a discussion with Dr. Ali Al-Salabi, who was going to be our overseas guest for this event. Because Dr. Ali Al-Salabi couldn't be with us, as I explained, Dr. Ibrahim or Mohammad will be filling in, and he's the most suitable candidate for this job. Since arriving in Australia, well, in 1993 he was only a visitor, and I probably talked him into moving over here, and ever since he's been, the Muslim community has given him so much work that he wonders whether he should have stayed. They've given him so much sleepless nights. He's been up day and night dealing with issues of the Muslim community. But he managed to establish the Australian Institute of Islamic Culture, which holds monthly meetings usually in the Granville area. He has convened lectures in this very theatre in the past, and he also established a narrowband radio station for the Muslim community. It's called Quran Kareem Radio. It's broadcast in Arabic and in English. He also, like many of our esteemed Muslim leaders, wanted to empower our sisters as much as possible, and was instrumental in the creation or in the establishment of the Australian Council for Women's Affairs. Please welcome Professor Ibrahim Abu Mohammad.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، أبدأ معزيا ومهنئا. أعزي أولا وأواسي أسر الضحايا في الفيضانات الأخيرة في أستراليا، وأهنئ ثانيا بثورة مصر، لا للمصريين وحدهم وإنما لكل الأحرار في العالم. فمصر كانت وطنا للمصريين، لكنها بداية من 25 يناير ستكون وطنا لكل الأحرار في العالم. أشكركم على هذا اللقاء، وأنا أعرف أنني أنا الإسعاف اليوم مكان الدكتور علي الصلابي. هو في مهمة أرجو الله أن يعينه عليها، فهو في موقع الأحداث الآن. أريد في بداية الأحاديث أن أقرر مجموعة من الحقائق. أولها أن أستراليا بلد جميل من حيث الطبيعة والمناخ، وهي عروس الباسيفيك باتفاق الجميع. لكن أجمل ما في أستراليا ليس هو الطبيعة ولا المناخ ولا الكانجرو أو الكوالا، وإنما أجمل ما في أستراليا هو الحرية، وهو العدالة، وهو أنك تشعر أنك بريء حتى تثبت إدانتك، وأنك صادق حتى يثبت العكس. أجمل ما في أستراليا هو القيمة السيادية للحرية وللعدل معا. والحرية والعدل أساس لقيام أي مجتمع محترم في هذا الوجود. أضيف إلى الحرية والعدل أيضا أن من دعائم قيام المجتمع، أي مجتمع من المجتمعات، هو الدين. والمجتمعات التي تفقد ثقتها في الدين ولا تؤمن بقدرته على ترسيخ قيم الحب والعدل والتسامح، المجتمعات التي تفقد ثقتها في دور الدين في خلق قيم التسامح والعدل والحب هي مجتمعات تدمر نفسها بنفسها ولا تحتاج إلى إرهاب مستورد، لأن كل وسائل الضبط والقمع لن تستطيع فرض الالتزام على وعي فقد في داخله كل عوامل الالتزام. يجب أن نعترف أيضا بأن العدل والحرية، ومن خلف العدل والحرية الدين، هذه العوامل الثلاثة هي الدعائم لأي مجتمع فاضل حقيقي. وإذا كانت التعددية الثقافية والحضارية تمثل رصيداً مجانياً تتمتع به استراليا، فإن كل كلام يتنافى مع هذه التعددية ويحاول قولبة الآخر والضغط عليه يتنافى مع أول مبادئ الحرية ومع أول مبادئ العدالة الاجتماعية، بل يتنافى أيضاً مع التعددية الثقافية التي تمتاز بها استراليا وتنفرد. من هذه البداية أقول جئنا هنا ليقترب كل منا من الآخر، وليتذكر الكبار والشرفاء، وأنا على ثقة أنهم كثيرون في أستراليا وأنتم طبعا في مقدمتهم، ليتذكر الكبار والشرفاء فضائل الآخرين ويحرصون على استثمارها لكل ما هو صالح وبناء. ولنبدأ حديثنا عن الحوار. قال الإخوة إن موضوع اللقاء هو الحوار لغة الأقوياء، وأضيف إلى هذا العنوان أن الحوار هو لغة الأقوياء نعم، ولكنه أول مراحل الفهم. فالحكم على الشيء كما تعلمنا فرع عن تصوره، ومن ثم فلا يمكن أن تتحاور عن شيء أو حول شيء أنت لا تفهمه أصلا. في رسالة ديننا الإسلام أول ما يواجهنا في هذه الرسالة العظيمة أن الإسلام اعتمد العقل ليحاور ولم يعتمد القوة ليعيش. هذه أول الحقائق، وأرجو أن تضعوها في الاعتبار. الإسلام اعتمد العقل ليحاور ولم يعتمد القوة ليعيش. قل إنما أعظكم بواحدة، أن تقوموا لله. والقومة لله هي أن يتجرد القائم من كل هوى، أن يتجرد للحقيقة المطلقة. وهذا هو آخر ما وصل إليه شروط البحث العلمي الحديث، أن الباحث كي يصل إلى نتائج حقيقية لابد أن يتجرد أولا وأن يتخلص من كل هوى يوجه مسيرة البحث. أن تقوموا لله، فالقومة لله تعني التجرد من أجل الحقيقة. مثنى ليراجع الصديق صديقه، وفرادى ليخلو الإنسان بنفسه ويقلب الأمر على كل وجه ثم يتخذ قراره. أول ما يواجهنا أيضا من الحقائق في ديننا أن هناك فرقا واضحا بين تخطئة الفكر وتجريم الفكر. المجتمعات الحديثة وخصوصا المجتمعات المتخلفة تجرم الفكر الخاطئ، وهذه أكبر خطيئة يمارسها البشر. الفكر الخاطئ لا يجرم أبدا، إنما الذي يجرم هو الفكر المجرم الذي يخرج من نطاق التصور إلى نطاق الفعل بالاعتداء على الآخرين. أما الفكر الخاطئ فسبيله أن يصوب وأن يقوم وأن تشار إلى أخطائه عن طريق الحوار الذي هو أول مراحل الفهم. الحوار محاولة دؤوبة لاكتشاف كل طرف للجوانب الغامضة في الطرف الآخر، المناطق المثيرة، المناطق التي تغضب الطرف الآخر، المناطق التي تسبب القلق. يتعرف كل طرف على هذه المناطق ثم نحاول أن يقترب كل طرف من الطرف الآخر. نتعرف على المناطق المثيرة والمقلقة والمغضبة للطرف الآخر لنتجنب الصدام، لأن البديل عن الحوار إنما هو الصدام. ومن ثم كان الحوار أول مراحل الفهم. كي يكون الحوار ناجحا لابد أن تتحقق فيه شروط، وإذا كانت آفاق الحوار وغايته تستهدف الوصول إلى القيم الإنسانية المشتركة وتجعل منها أساسا لتحقيق السلام والعدل، فإن الوصول إلى هذه الغاية يتطلب قدرا من الانفتاح والموافقة على طرح القضايا المسكوت عنها. ذلك لأن أنماط الحوار التي تمت، أو كي أكون دقيقا، أغلب أنماط الحوار التي تمت ولم تجدي نفعا تجنب الأطراف فيها المناطق المسكوت عنها، وهي المناطق التي تسبب القلق وتسبب الغضب وتسبب الاستثارة وتسبب الاستفزاز وأحيانا تسبب التحدي والمواجهة. فأول شرط من شروط الحوار أن يكون هناك قدر من الانفتاح والوضوح وطرح القضايا المسكوت عنها، بمعنى أنه لا يجوز لنا أن نتحاور حول مفهوم الألوهية، لا يجوز لنا أن نتحاور حول مفهوم الثواب والعقاب في الآخرة. ما جدوى هذا الحوار؟ هناك قضايا هي التي تسبب القلق، وهي التي تسبب الاستفزاز، وهي التي تسبب الاستثارة، وهي التي تسبب وتخلق قوة التحدي عند الطرف الآخر ولو كان ضعيفا. هذه القضايا لا تطرح في الحوار. في الحوار أيضا ما يجب أن يطرح لا يطرح، وإنما نطرح ما نحب أن نستمع إليه، وذلك خطأ آخر يلغي دور الحوار ومعناه. الشرط الثالث أن يخرج الجميع وأن يحرص الجميع على الخروج بوصف الحوار من أن يكون شكلا من أشكال الديكور استجابة لرغبة سياسية في التفاهم والتعايش، وذلك لا يتم إلا بإزالة الحواجز النفسية لدى كل طرف تجاه الطرف الآخر. إزالة الحواجز النفسية أيها السادة والسيدات تتطلب منا أن نستعرض مناخ البيئة التي ساعدت على التوتر وسوء الفهم. وعند استعراض مناخ البيئة التي ساعدت على التوتر وسوء الفهم ومن ثم الصدام والمواجهة، فإننا سنجد بأمانة شديدة أنه قد تمت فيما يسميه شومسكي، تمت هندسة الرأي العام وتمت هندسة البيئة بخلق عدو مفهوم ليكون بديلا عن العدو الشيوعي حينما سقط، وهو الإسلام. على المستوى الثقافي تمت هندسة الرأي العام عن طريق كتابات صامويل هنتنجون، صراع الحضارات أو صدام الحضارات، فرانسيس فوكوياما في كتابه عن الإمبراطورية ونهاية التاريخ. ومن قبل هؤلاء كان هناك برنارد لويس، وهو المحرك لليمين المتطرف في أمريكا وفي بقية دول أوروبا. كان هناك برنارد لويس، وكان هناك من هو أشد منه تعصبا وهو بابير هذا رجل يصور المجتمعات الإسلامية على أنها مجتمعات ترفض أن ترتدي ساعة اليد وترمي بأجهزة التلفزيون في الترع والقنوات وترفض التحضر والمدنية، ومن ثم فهذه المجتمعات لا يجوز أبدا أن تكون لها قيمة بشرية في مقابل الدم الأزرق النجيب وفي مقابل الجينات الوراثية البيضاء. على المستوى العملي تمت مجموعة من الممارسات في تصوري أنها تسبب بؤر الصراع، وفي مقدمتها الكلام الآن بيدور حول 11 سبتمبر وأنها مفبركة أو لا، وسيكتشف التاريخ أنها كانت أقذر أنواع الاستهتار بالعقل البشري، لا في القرن العشرين فقط، وإنما في تاريخ الحضارات وربما إلى قيام الساعة. سيكتشف المؤرخون والباحثون، سيكتشف أهل الحقيقة أن 11 سبتمبر لم تكن إلا خدعة فعلها اليمين المتطرف لينطلق منها كالوحش الكاسر ليغتال الحقوق والحريات والديمقراطيات ويتدخل في خصائص الشعوب وينهي حضارات، وكل ذلك باسم الديمقراطية. أيضا الحرب العبثية التي قامت ضد العراق وكانت تحت دعوى البحث عن وسائل الدمار الشامل، واعترف في داخل مجلس الأمن كولين باول وكان وزيرا للخارجية بأنه كذب على مجلس الأمن وكذب على العالم، ودخل بالمجتمع العالمي في حرب عبثية كان المقصود منها هو الاستغلال والسيطرة وبسط النفوذ ونهب ثروة العراق ممثلة في البترول. من مناطق القلق وبؤر الصراع الحرب في أفغانستان. من مناطق القلق التحيز المستمر ضد كل القضايا العربية العادلة في مجلس الأمن، وازدواجية المعايير، والدخول بالفيتو ليهدم أي قرار يتصل بالحقوق العربية، وكأن العرب والشرق الأوسط ومليار و200 ولا 300 مليون مسلم لا قيمة لهم. من مناطق الإثارة وتصدير الغضب وصنع بؤر الصراع قضية فلسطين، وهي قضية شعب عادل، شعب صاحب حق وصاحب أرض وله 60 سنة يعاني. ازدواجية المعايير عندما تعاملت مع تيمور الشرقية أنهت القضية في 2 واستقلت تيمور الشرقية. ازدواجية المعايير عندما أرادت تقسيم السودان قسمت السودان وبالديمقراطية وبالانتخابات. ازدواجية المعايير تتعامل مع القضية الفلسطينية منذ 60 عاما، وصدرت مجموعة من القرارات عدها وأحصاها الباحثون وصلت إلى 700 قرار لم ينفذ منها قرار واحد. لماذا؟ نحن نريد أن نطرح القضايا المسكوت عنها حتى نبدأ في علاقة تقوم على الأخوة. نحن نركب مركبا واحدا، وإذا غرق هذا المركب سيغرق بنا جميعا، ولن ينجو أصحاب مراكب الفضاء. من المناطق المثيرة للقلق أيضا مدلول الإرهاب وتركه ليكون ثوبا فضفاضا نلبسه لمن نريد ونهدد به كل من يخالف الهوى السياسي. مدلول الإرهاب إلى الآن لم يحدد له مفهوم، لم يحدد له مصطلح، بل إن جهة واحدة فقط في هذه الدنيا بطولها وعرضها هي التي تحدد من الإرهابي ومن ليس إرهابيا. فإذا خرجت عن أخلاق القطيع فأنت إرهابي وتشجع على الإرهاب، وإذا سلمت وخضعت ودخلت في نطاق السيطرة ارتفع عنك هذا الوصف. وهذا هو الذي يحدث وتمارسه الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. حتى نتلاشى الوقوع في شراك هذه الأحاسيس لا بد من إزالة الحواجز النفسية، وإزالة الحواجز النفسية تقتضي الصراحة والوضوح والرغبة الملحة في الوصول إلى شيء إيجابي يختصر المسافات ويخترق الحواجز ويبني جسور الثقة بين الشباب عموما وشباب المسلمين بشكل خاص وبين وطنهم الذي يعيشون فيه. يلحظ الباحث أن الحواجز النفسية من حيث الموضوع تتحقق في مجموعة من الحقائق على الأرض. أولها سوء الفهم الذي يؤدي إلى الصدام والمواجهة، ومن ثم الشعور بالخطر ومواجهة ذلك بمحاولة التقوقع والانكفاء على الذات وقاية من هذا الخطر، أو بالصدام والتحدي ولو بالخروج على البيئة التي وفرت أسباب هذا الصدام. وهذا هو أول الموانع النفسية. من الموانع النفسية أيضا سوء النية، ليس سوء الفهم وحده وإنما سوء النية، لتظل العلاقة ملتهبة لتحقيق أغراض سياسية معينة. ولا بد أن نعترف آسفين أن الإعلام قد ساهم ويساهم بنصيب ضخم في حدوث هاتين الآفتين، سوء الفهم وسوء النية. وتلاشيا لحدوث هاتين الآفتين لا بد من الانفتاح على الآخر والاقتراب منه ومعرفة مكوناته ومقوماته ودوافعه وبواعثه، وألا تترك القضايا الكبرى لبعض الإعلاميين ليشعل فتنتها بالتحريض وإثارة الكراهية من كل طرف تجاه الطرف الآخر منذ الصباح الباكر وحتى ساعة متأخرة من الليل. من الموانع النفسية الشعور بالاكتفاء الذاتي فكريا وعدم الرغبة في قراءة الآخر والتعرف عليه. وبعض الناس ثقافته تجاهنا كثقافة رجل يعيش في قرية عن أهل عطارد أو المريخ، يتحدث عنا وكأننا نعيش في كوكب آخر. ومن ثم لا بد هنا من أن نتجاوز فكرة الاكتفاء الذاتي فكريا، وأن نتجاوز عدم الرغبة في قراءة الآخر. وأنا أرجو أن تقرؤون جيدا، لا تقرؤون من برامج التلفزيون ولا من برامج الإذاعة، اقرؤون من مصادرنا، اقرؤون من سلوك حضارة عاشت الآن، ماتت وتموت كل الحضارات التي ليس لها دولة، وبقيت حضارة وحيدة ليس لها دولة، لأنها تقوم على ركائز محددة: رعاية الإنسان، عمارة الأكوان، عبادة الرحمن. تلك هي عناصر البقاء في حضارتنا. اقرؤونا من حضارتنا، اقرؤونا من تاريخنا، لا تقرؤونا من رؤية مذيع خلف الميكروفون أو برنامج في التلفزيون. اقرؤونا على حقيقتنا أرجوكم. طرق المعالجة لا تنحصر في لقاء كهذا ثم يصافح أحدنا الآخر وانتهى الأمر، وإنما تتطلب أن تكون هناك برامج ثقافية تعالج الأفكار والمفاهيم السائدة وتصوب ما فيها من أخطاء وأخطار، وتساعد في الوقت نفسه الأطراف المختلفة على الأمور التالية: أولاً، إعادة اكتشاف كل منا للآخر، وذلك يتم باقتراب كل طرف من الطرف الآخر، والعمل على احتواء الشباب وتصويب أفكارهم وتصحيح فكرة المواطنة لديهم حتى لا يقعوا فريسة للفكر المغشوش والثقافة الفاسدة. وهذا هو دور المفكرين والعلماء. ومن ثم فمشكلة الشباب لا تعالج أمنيا فقط. المعالجة الأمنية أيها السادة والسيدات تؤدي إلى نتيجة عكسية، تؤدي إلى إثارة روح التضحية والفداء والتحدي في نفوس الشباب. وأنت يمكن أن تتحكم في سلوك إنسان ما، ولكنك من المستحيل أن تتحكم في أفكاره وثقافته. وفي ظني، وبعض الظن حق، أن أغلب السلوكيات الفاسدة والمعوجة تنبعث من فكرة في الذهن فاسدة. فإذا صححت الأفكار والمفاهيم صححت السلوكيات. وأضرب مثالا على ذلك: ثورة شباب مصر. وأنا أعرف أنها ربما لا تدخل في حساب بعضنا في هذا اللقاء، لكني أعرضها من منظور آخر. الشباب وجه من أجهزة الأمن بأعلى تجليات القمع والضغط والقتل، ولكنه لم يواجه كل هذا التحدي الضخم بعنف مماثل، وإنما التزم أخلاقيا، والتزم حضاريا، والتزم مهنيا، والتزم بالحكمة، وتحمل الصعاب، وتحمل المواجهات، وقدم ضحايا، لكنه كان حريصا على حماية الممتلكات العامة والخاصة. ما الذي دفعه لأن يفعل ذلك؟ لماذا لم يرد العدوان بعدوان؟ لماذا لم يواجه العنف بعنف مثيل؟ وكان يستطيع، بدليل أنه قوات الأمن فرت في النهاية وانتهت وتركت الميدان. فكان يستطيع أن يحرق القاهرة كلها، ولكنه لم يفعل. ما الذي منعه؟ ضابط الالتزام الداخلي، ضابط الفكر الحضاري، ضابط التمدن، ضابط العقيدة والخلق. ومن ثم فالمعالجات الأمنية من المستحيل، أقول من المستحيل، أن تعالج قضايا التطرف على الإطلاق. الفكر الملتزم في ثورة شباب مصر هو الذي ضبط الفعل ورد الفعل، ضبط رد الفعل لدى الشباب ليحصل على وثيقة بشهادة من العالم كله أن هؤلاء الشباب اختزن في عمرهم القصير حضارة 7000 سنة، وأن هؤلاء الشباب بتعدد ديانتهم مسلم ومسيحي، لأن كلمة قبطي معناها مصري، إنما كلمة مسلم ومسيحي، هؤلاء الشباب اختزنوا قيم الرسالات السماوية التي تمنع الإنسان وتحول بينه وبين الفساد في الأرض ولو تعرض للضغط والإرهاب والقتل أحيانا. ومن ثم أقول فالتدين والعدل والحرية هم أقوى الضمانات وأعلاها في حماية أمن المجتمع واستقراره وتحقيق كرامة الإنسان ورفاهيته وضمان مستقبل أبنائه. أخيراً، تبادل المعلومات حول الذات والآخر. وتبادل المعلومات حول الذات والآخر يخلق تبدلاً مستمراً في فكرة كل طرف عن الطرف الآخر. وهنا يمكن أن نعتمد على النموذج البيولوجي. لا أقول لك قال الله ولا قال الرسول، وإنما أعتمد النموذج البيولوجي الذي يجمع بين وحدة الإنسان في الشرق أو الغرب، في الشمال أو الجنوب. فمن المعروف لدى علماء البيولوجيا أن الطبيعة الاجتماعية والبيولوجية للإنسان تشكل جهازاً غاية في الوحدة، ومن ثم فلا فرق بين إنسان وإنسان بصرف النظر عن البيئة التي نشأ فيها، في الشرق أو الغرب، في الشمال أو الجنوب. وإذا كان الأمر كذلك فمن المهم أن يحدث هذا التقارب على مستوى الأفكار في الإنسان ذاته. بعدما يكتشف كل منا أخاه، سنكتشف أيها السادة والسيدات حجم الشراكة، وكم هي واسعة، وكم هي رائعة، وكم هي مبدعة، وكم هي تجمعنا على التقارب والوحدة. سنكتشف حجم الشراكة الفائقة، وهي ما يسمى بالقواسم المشتركة بيننا جميعا. لا أظنني محتاجا إلى مزيد من التذكير بأن العدالة هي الحصن الذي يحمي المجتمعات من الدمار، وهي الأمان الذي ينمي ولاء الفرد لمجتمعه ووطنه. كما أنكم أيها السادة والسيدات لا تحتاجون إلى التذكير بأن الحرية هي المناخ النقي الذي تنمو فيه العقول والأفكار، وهي الأرض التي تبذر فيها كل وسائل الابتكار والإبداع والروعة. وكل حديث يكرس الظلم ويهدد الكرامة الإنسانية ويكبت الحرية إنما هو معول يضرب أصول المجتمع المدني ويقوض أركان الحياة الآمنة ويبعث الرعب والخوف في نفوس الأفراد والمجتمع. وأنتم تعلمون أيها السادة والسيدات أن الأيدي الخائفة المرتعشة لا يمكن أبداً أن تؤدي عملاً رائعاً ولن تثمر تفوقاً وإبداعاً. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you very much, Professor Ibrahim Abu Mohammad. I recognise and I realise that we're running a bit over time. And before I call the panellists, I'd just also like to acknowledge my friend Ilham Hafiz, who's been a presenter on 2ME Radio, one of the most famous voices in the Arabic listening community. Thank you for joining us. And Sheikh Mohammad Tahir, who just joined us, thank you for joining us. I'd like to invite the panellists to come up so we can try and reclaim some of the time that has escaped us. Our first panellist is Assistant Commissioner Peter Drennan from the Federal Police. Peter, if you'd kindly take a seat. And our second panellist is Professor Stuart Rees from the Sydney Peace Foundation. Professor, if you'd kindly take a seat at the table. Originally, I had listed Father Chris Riley as a panellist. He opted to give his speech before the panel, and it was miscommunication on my part. So now we've only got two speakers, so we should be able to manage within the allocated time. The panellists will make their presentation, and after both presentations are finished, there will be an opportunity for you to ask your questions, if you have any questions.
Sabah al-Kahir, as Salamu alaikum. Thank you for the opportunity for being here this morning and being able to present a few words. I've been asked this morning to speak on policing counter-terrorism, the role of the AFP. What I propose to do is go through a presentation and give an outline, but I'm more interested certainly in the questions that you may have on issues that you may wish to explore. Because what I invariably find is that I can sit and talk all day about things which are dear to me, but they may not necessarily be the things that are dear to you. Australia's strategic counter-terrorism strategy is founded in the protection of Australians and Australia's interests. The government seeks to achieve this by working with state, territory, local governments, businesses and the community to build an effective nationwide counter-terrorism capability, and contributing to regional and wider international counter-terrorism efforts. The pursuit of these objectives is guided by four principal tenets: that is to prevent, that is to prepare, that is to respond, and that is to recover. The AFP has a role in each of these four pillars, with prevention being our primary focus. The threat from terrorism demands a sustained, comprehensive and coordinated approach at both the national and international levels. Working in partnership with other government agencies, including the Australian Government, Australian intelligence community, and state and territory counterparts, the AFP has specific responsibilities to proactively and preemptively investigate allegations of terrorism offences, both on and offshore, with a view of preventing terrorist attacks. Domestically, there are joint counter-terrorism teams in each jurisdiction. the engagement with the Australian intelligence community, albeit we have separate roles and separate legislative, separate laws and separate mandates, we need to work quite closely together to ensure that we can protect Australians and prevent terrorism attacks here in Australia. We have a community engagement and countering violent extremism strategy, and I'll return to that in more detail. We have a focus on aviation security, which is about risk-based and intelligence-led. That's at the 11 major airports. And we're also involved in protecting critical infrastructure for the likes of the Lucas Heights nuclear reactor. Internationally, Australia has a network of over 110 offices in 30 different countries around the world. We have regional cooperation teams in Jakarta and Manila, where we work very closely with the local law enforcement agencies. We also have counter-terrorism liaison officers in London, Washington, Islamabad and Jakarta. We have a range of capacity building initiatives offshore, but delivering training, skills enhancement, particularly in the areas of forensics, in bomb data and DNA laboratories. And we've established those across the South Pacific in places like the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia and Thailand. The Australia's counter-terrorism legislation, it's about achieving balance. Before I go on to discuss the AFP's community engagement initiatives in more detail, I'd just like to talk briefly about this legislation. Prior to the tragic events of September 11, Australia had no specific terrorism legislation. In developing the legislation, the government was conscious of the need to protect the community from the threat of terrorism whilst maintaining the individual civil rights which underpin our legal system. The current suite of terrorism legislation is reflective of the threat environment. There is a need for specific anti-terrorism legislation as an adjunct to the normal law. The legislation is to prevent and to enable police to intervene early to prevent terrorist attacks occurring. And if you listen to the words of Lord Carlisle in the United Kingdom, who has a job of reviewing terrorism legislation, he continually says that it's important that we have legislation to deal specifically with terrorism, but it's also important that we only use it for terrorism, and it's certainly the position that we have here in Australia. The legislation was enacted after extensive consideration and deliberation by both sides of government and Senate committees. There was also extensive public consultation. The government is conscious of the need to build long-term community support and confidence in Australia's national security legislative framework. Accordingly, the Council of Australian Governments is shortly to review the counter-terrorism legislation, and this will commence in the very near future. Their role will be to review and evaluate the operation of that legislation, the effectiveness of it, the implications of it, and to make recommendations on whether the laws are necessary and proportionate, whether they are effective against terrorism by providing law enforcement, intelligence and security agencies with adequate tools to prevent, detect and respond to acts of terrorism, whether they are being exercised in a way that is evidence-based and intelligence-led, and they contain appropriate safeguards against abuse, and that's certainly through parliamentary and judicial review. The review will also take public submissions in regards to the legislation. In exercising their powers under the legislation, police and security agencies are subject to strict accountability measures and checks and balances. For example, in order to obtain a warrant to search a person's home, police are required to swear a lengthy affidavit which satisfies a judicial issuing authority that there are reasonable grounds to suspect the search will produce evidence which is relevant to the offences being investigated. We are not, and nor should we be able to just go to anyone's house and search that. And one of the basic tenets of law under the English law system is that a man's house is his castle, and not even the King of England can invade that without a judicial process, which is very important. In addition, the AFP is subject to well-established internal and external oversight arrangements. We have our internal professional standards area, which investigate allegations of misbehaviour by police. There is a Commonwealth Law Enforcement Ombudsman who has external oversight in relation to conduct issues, complaints by the public, and has the power to initiate their own investigation in relation to the AFP. There is the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement and Integrity. It is independent and a proactive agency, and its role is to investigate serious and systemic corruption. There is a National Security Legislation Monitor, which here in Australia will soon be established to set up as an independent review of counter-terrorism legislation. There is also an Inspector General of Intelligence, which reviews and activities of Australia's intelligence and security agencies and can also be extended to capture the AFP. The Australian Government has also established a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, which has a broad oversight over the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Crime Commission. The domestic threat, or the homegrown threat. The danger of radicalisation leading to violent extremism is a continuing threat to Australia's national security. Since 2002, Australian authorities have charged 38 people with terrorism-related offences. Of these, 20 were born in Australia. We also know that a number of Australian residents have travelled overseas to undertake terrorist training or participate in terrorist-related activities. The majority of these people were inspired by overseas terrorist organisations or political events overseas, rather than those issues here in Australia. Terrorist incidents and political turmoil internationally, as well as propaganda espoused by radicalised individuals based overseas, can quickly influence domestically and impact upon Australia's national security. One of the areas that we continually focused on in the AFP is our community engagement and countering violent extremism. Firstly, we contribute to the whole of government policy development on countering violent extremism through participation in the Australian Government Attorney General's Task Force on countering violent extremism. We're also a participant in the National Counter-Terrorism Committee's Countering Violent Extremism Subcommittee. You may say that sounds a lot of committees and policies, and you may be right, but it is really important that when we develop policies in relation to countering violent extremism, that we try and get a very coordinated and a very national approach to ensure that the time and the effort that's put into it, the consultation that takes place, and the feedback from yourselves is able to be applied nationally and not just by individual jurisdictions or at a national level as opposed to a state and territory level. And it's certainly been, community engagement has been recognised as an important part of counter-terrorism investigations, particularly where we take overt action. By that, when we go to a resolution of an investigation. During the resolution phase of the Operation Neath, which was in Melbourne the year before last, the families impacted by extensive forensic searches, we provided additional housing for them. We provided a family investigation liaison officer, and we provided transport and meals for them during the time they weren't able to occupy their own home. In addition to that, in that strategy, we met with senior community leaders and we contacted them as quick as we could after the search warrants had commenced. And the AFP and the Victoria Police hosted meetings with those community leaders and provided the opportunities for them to ask questions and for us to provide as much detail as we could about what was occurring. And that's just not with that case in Melbourne. I mean, we certainly had similar strategies in Sydney when we go back a couple of years with investigations there. What we are finding though is the more we learn from the community, the more we interface and engage in relation to the investigation aspects which we have, we're learning more of the things we should do when we go to resolutions of investigations. And I can assure you there that we try and seek as much feedback as we possibly can, so that if we do get things wrong, that we can right those and do a better job next time. We have a community engagement and a counter-violent extremism strategy within the AFP. The focus of that strategy is on about collaborating with our partner agencies, the community. We are focusing on extremist prisoner rehabilitation and engaging with them, about countering radicalisation messages online, and certainly researching why young people become radicalised, how they can become disengaged, and how we can certainly work to get them back on the right track. The key objectives there are certainly about strengthening our stakeholder relationship, and particularly through yourselves and a lot of the work that Keysar's doing. Providing the communities with information and skills to identify violent extremism behaviour, and assist in providing alternate pathways for those involved in the radicalisation process. Fostering moderates, those people who promote a style of Islam in conjunction with Australian values and legal principles, as well as practising inclusion and tolerance. Identifying credible individuals with key contacts to gain influence within the community, and implementing target and long-term solutions that build on existing arrangements. Through our National Community Engagement Strategy, we have established community engagement teams both in Sydney and both in Melbourne. Some of the things that we're actually doing there include the annual iftar dinners, the Unity Cup, which has been very, very successful, Family Day celebrations, and even some camps for Muslim women. We're also looking to soon contract a Islamic advisor, so we can get more, I guess, more relevant knowledge. And I'd personally like us, and my commissioner wants to do this, engage more with the imams. We see that imams are quite critical there, and we'll be seeking more advice from them. We're also a partner in a number of research projects on countering violent extremism, about radicalisation, about disengagement strategies, and about reintegrating prisoners back into the community. And one of the current projects is that we're bidding for more funding for is countering violent extremism among young people and culturally and linguistically diverse communities through sport. We continue to work cooperatively with international partners, including those in Muslim countries, and provide operational support to their investigations, to building their capacity, and to enhance their skills, and to help and work with them in developing successful countering violent extremism strategies. We've worked very, very close, as many of you would know, with the Indonesian National Police over many, many years. And I mean, I've worked quite close in particular with some of the very senior generals there on the types of strategies, successful strategies they've been using to counter violent extremism in Indonesia. The key challenges we find, though, certainly in relation to countering violent extremism, is that they're often challenges for law enforcement in regards to community engagement activities, and there's barriers to that engagement. Firstly, I mean, the cultural and religious differences, and having an understanding of other people's perspectives. Very often we talk about stereotyping. I put it to you that the stereotyping is twofold. I certainly impress on our young constables and our young police how important it is not to stereotype. But as many of you would know, there's many countries overseas where police have a very different reputation to what they do here in Australia. So we have an equal role there to encourage and ensure that our young people understand that the police here in Australia are quite different to many, many other countries. So they don't come with preconceived ideas about how they may be treated by law enforcement officers. Language is certainly a real issue which we try to overcome, and my very feeble attempt to speak some Arabic at the start is an example of that.
It's pretty good, I thought.
Appreciate the effort.
There's also the issue of police being in a position of authority, and again, that is double-sided. It's important that the police understand the authority that they have, but it's also very important that the young people in the community understand that authority that is there. And one of the earlier speakers, Father Chris Riley, spoke of that issue of respect. As in all of these things, it is a double-sided coin, that there needs to be respect of the authority from young people and also from the police. How do we overcome these barriers? Well, certainly we continue to work in partnership with government agencies and with the community to break down these barriers and overcome these misunderstandings. We do provide cultural awareness training for all of our members who work in counter-terrorism. We provide language training to our people, and with a particular focus on Arabic and Bahasa. We challenge them to transcend the stereotypes which exist. We do that very much through our training and the ongoing dialogue, the enhanced police-community dialogue, the open communications, with the objective of understanding each other's issues as we work through them. Effective strategies to counter terrorism must combine a security response with social policies to enhance community cohesion and resilience and reduce the appeal of the extremist rhetoric. We must work together and respond to the threat from terrorism with the strength of our communities. Shukran.
Shukran. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Peter Drennan. Our next panelist is Professor Stuart Rees from the Sydney Peace Foundation. Professor.
Okay, well, look, I'm not going to talk for more than about 9 or 10 minutes, because in a conference which is about dialogue, and which you mostly have men only sitting on a stage talking to the audience, that's not dialogue in my book. I know, although I understand that. By way of introduction, let me also say that I think the essence of Dr. Ibrahim Abu Mohammed's paper, that justice is the best form of security, I would totally endorse. I would totally support, even if it was translated by Keysar. Well, I'm going to take the 9 or 10 minutes and no more than that to do, because I'm much more interested in the questions, as my colleague here is. I'm going to talk about the way power is used in so-called dialogue. My experience comes from for many years being a participant in the abortive peace talks in the Middle East to try to bring justice to the people of Palestine, and which also means, incidentally, security for Israel, if only they would understand that. If only the Americans would understand that. It also involved in what would call peace negotiations after the appalling genocide in Cambodia. But equally importantly, it involves relationships within my family every day, with colleagues in the workplace, with people on buses and trains. It's no great, and the techniques I've used in Africa or in the Middle East, when you're sitting across the table from a psychopath, are no different in principle than the kind of conversation and dialogue that we may have to achieve a sense of respect and coherence and civility even within our families and communities. Okay, the theory about power, the way we use power historically. And it's along a continuum. And we'll start off with what I call one-dimensional use of power, which means the top down. Usually the male knows best. The centuries and centuries of dominance by men, usually at the expense of women. That cuts through. It may have tribal endorsement or cultural endorsement, but it certainly cuts through religious and political differences. And it's perpetuated, and you can see it in every kind of organisation, even in the university, the great university that I've worked in, because it's simple. The top down, the business of giving orders and only respecting people if they are obedient, is actually a curse. I can understand it maybe in your organisation, I understand it in the military, I understand it even to some respect in the conduct of prisons, but I'm not even sure about it there. But that one-dimensional use of power, which in a way has just been overthrown in Egypt, has very little respect for human rights. It's not even very imaginative. That's the part of the problem with it. It's also monumentally boring. When people want to challenge me on that, my response is to say, well, do you want your life to be more interesting? I mean, if you only read one book or listen to one piece of music or have one form of food, it's rather tedious. It's kind of one-dimensional. And even in a university, I see people using the word discipline. There's no place in a so-called university, but they use it in order to maintain the hierarchy of control because it's too easy. So that's the problem with a great deal of dialogue. You can't achieve justice, you can't achieve peace, you can't even begin to have a conversation if you take that one-dimensional use of power. And yet you can see in the sort of macho behaviour associated with violence, that kind of chest beating, the kind of rewards we give to rugby league players for kneeing somebody in the groin or for headbutting. In order to be a man, has nothing to do with being a human being, incidentally. But so that one-dimensional, let's try and reject that, even though it's got the momentum of centuries of history behind it. So we move along the continuum and to what I call the two-dimensional power, two-dimensional use of power in dialogue, which says the women have as much entitlement to a voice as the men, or in medical settings, the patients have as much opportunity to be heard as the doctors, or in the lecture theatre or in the university, the students as much entitlement as the so-called experts. Some of the rather conservative democratic theorists call it pluralism. You know, we keep on congratulating ourselves in Australia and say we've got a democracy. It has to be a great deal more than about voting. But in terms of dialogue and in peace negotiations, the willingness to hear the other side is encouraging. It's where we've got to historically in the evolution of democracy. And in a way, that was part of the impressive protests in Tahrir Square in Cairo and ongoing elsewhere in the Middle East. It's actually already, you can hear it, can't you, more interesting, apart from anything else, than that one-dimensional way of using power. But it's still limited, in my view. We keep on congratulating ourselves. You know, America's got a statue as you enter New York Harbor, which says it's the land of the free. It's not. It's fascinated with violence. The problem with America is that its institutions, and I've lived many times in America, are so embedded in the fascination with violence, whether it's in terms of the maintenance of capital punishment, or whether it's in terms of having 45% of every tax dollar going to defence, so-called defence, or whether it's in the fascination, this could apply to any country, with imprisonment as a way of responding to so-called threats of deviancy. I'm not naive enough. I'm not saying empty the prisons, but having worked in American prisons, that the love of building prisons, the notion that progress is a barometer of economic progress has to do with the growth of security guards, security companies, and the breeding of Doberman Pinscher dogs and Rottweilers is not very encouraging. So beware of the claims about democracy that says only that women should be heard as much as men, or that kids as much as adults, or as patients as much as doctors. It's still not the ideal that you have to engage in if you're really serious about dialogue. And that's what I would call the kind of the multidimensional side. Some people call it three-dimensional. You can hear it in great music across cultures. You can hear it in great poetry across cultures. That's what's great about it. That it's multidimensional. It's willing to trespass into uncertainty. That's incredibly important in your lives, incredibly important for your mental health and for your physical health. And that's really what has to be achieved in dialogue. When I've been involved in dialogue with opposite men who were angry, who'd spent decades controlling, if not murdering other people. Questions about what music did they like, what poetry did they like, what sort of relationships gave them a sense of well-being. And you always talk about something other than that which you wish to talk about. That's crucial in peace negotiation. Never start with what you want to talk about. You have to find out, what's this athletic-looking character here? Eh? I mean, what's he really good at? I don't, maybe we'll find out. Maybe we will. So in the three-dimensional, all the boundaries are porous. They have to be. They have to be elastic. And you can only struggle towards a modicum of victory in negotiations if you can use power in that relatively humble, relatively often humorous way. Keysar's good at the humour bit, I've always noticed that. And even if I come back to the personal bit, his hospitality to me over the years is part of that multidimensionality. And I look forward to the second dinner at your house. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Stuart Rees and Assistant Commissioner Peter Drennan. Actually, talking about that second dinner, it's going to be a lunch barbecue. In April, my second daughter was complaining the other day. She just got offered her honours, and she said, "I don't feel a sense of accomplishment because no one in my family is celebrating." So she said, "I might defer it." I said, "Well, what would you like?" I said, "Would a barbecue do?" So we're doing a barbecue to celebrate her graduation, and everybody here is invited. I'll give you the address later. I hope this time I won't burn the lamb on the spit like last time.
Does your wife know about this?
Actually, she was asking me just last week, how many people have you invited so far?
It's part of the ongoing dialogue.
That's right, it's part of the ongoing dialogue. And knowing me, by the time we get to 17th of April, it'll probably be about 500 people or so. Anyway, there is, just to answer Professor Rees's comment, there will be a woman on the panel in the afternoon, and there was a woman who was scheduled for this panel, but there was, and her name did go up on the website initially, but she's had to go and attend a funeral today, and as a result, we lost her from the panel. So we were very keen to get that gender balance. And we do have a lot of a lot is not very articulate, but we have very, very many articulate women and who are engaged and who are able to express these issues and deal with these issues. And when it comes to these issues of security, more often than not, it is women who feel the impact the most. And we will hear something from a woman in the afternoon session. Questions, please. Yes, Khalid.
First of all, thank you, Keysar, and special thanks for Sheikh Naser for this conference, and thanks for all the speakers. I want to ask Mr. Peter. He said, before 11 September, there was no any Muslim threat here in Australia, where Muslims live in Australia around 200 years, and they've been okay. After 11 September, Australia sent a troop army to Iraq and Afghanistan. And there, the army, they do many things which is related to Muslim community here. Do you think that the sending troop to Iraq and Afghanistan, where all the things happening, like what's happening in Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo, make the Muslim community here feel angry and feel that the government don't like them? Also, during that time, we feel the news and the media focusing in something Muslim mean they are anti-Australia. Do you feel that make the Muslim community here in Australia suffer from the big things that the media and the government, especially John Howard, want to make big things? We are following George Bush policy, even against our Aussie people. Thank you.
Look, we're engaged in two completely unjust wars. Iraq and Afghanistan, completely unjust wars. And either that one-dimensional view, either you're for me or against me, which was the mantra, the simple description that Bush posed, and too many ideas and policies and polarizations have been organized around that notion. I mean, maybe there'll be a question about WikiLeaks, and I want to comment on that, because in a way, the exposure of the exposure of the violent and abusive behaviour of governments is to the credit of WikiLeaks. But
and Seymour Hersh before that.
Pardon?
Seymour Hersh before that.
And Seymour Hersh before that over Abu Ghraib. But yeah, I mean, if you think of people know most about WikiLeaks in terms of the video clip of the Apache helicopter in 2007 murdering 17 people, including 2 Reuters photographers, and the Reuters organization, a powerful media organization, had spent 3 years under freedom of information to try to get that information. So, yeah, look, I'm not a Muslim Australian, but I understand, I think, entirely the implications of your question.
Well, my question mainly just about anti-terrorist law here in Australia. Put any Muslim under suspicion for anything.
Sure, okay.
If we can just, after putting the question, just allow the speakers to answer, please. I know that there are issues that are very emotive for us, but let's try to take advantage of the time of this distinguished and learned gentleman to give us their views, and hopefully that will help us. Perhaps even if we disagree on the views, it might help us come up with ideas to articulate our views even better and more effectively.
Yeah, if I could just add something to in relation to that last question. I mean, I think what's really important is that there will be a whole lot of competing interests and organisations and individuals with different agendas who will take issues or actions and exploit those for their own purposes. And we've certainly seen that right across the globe, and particularly in relation to terrorism since 9/11 and Islamist-inspired terrorism. What I say to that, though, is that irrespective of what the issue is, this will always occur. What our responsibility is to try and ensure that we correct the dialogue. That when we listen to this, firstly we listen to it in an objective way, and when we discuss it, and particularly when we discuss it with the young people who might be very emotive and be sort of fired up on these issues, that we talk them through it, and we provide some rational and some objective commentary in regards to it, because I think that's what our role is. I mean, we know how these systems work. We know how the media system works. We know how the political system works. We know how minority groups or majority groups will use information for their own purposes. We need to take that, look at it objectively, and we need to help people to work through it in an objective way, because there'll always be things we disagree with, and there'll always be people and organisations who will misquote and exploit information for their own purposes.
He would have his hand up first, Hassan, and then this gentleman here. Yeah, give him, the microphone's coming up to you. Yeah, it's working.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thanks for everybody for this really important issue to get our voice. My question is to the gentleman, any one of you can answer that, please, if you can. How is it to take decision on a war on attack on fixing things, which is the most powerful countries like America, to attack some innocent country, which is there's nothing behind it, as what they're talking about, media, chemical misdestruction, all this. And how hard to take a decision to make a peace in Palestine to start with. If there's any brick wall in the middle that justice, or if there is any powerful people behind it, they don't want to let the peace to happen. The question is, they're talking about justice, freedom, humanitarian, whatever they call it. They talk about everything for a human being, but in relation to their own self. They don't care about the people outside if they have justice or not. There's some benefit in the other country. The only thing they see, black oil, black water, black things, where's the gold is. How easy for them to make a decision, we start peace. Negotiation for peace in Palestine has been going and going and going and going every single month. Different source from the same river. Just my question is, when the justice is going to be happen, and how it's going to be happen, and where's our government supporting these people? They're making the justice. They took us from here to there for fight. What for? We don't need this. We need peace, love between each other, no matter whose religion is. We used to live in our country, Muslim and Christian, in the same house. We used to live together for a long time, Jewish and Muslim. On the day of Prophet Mohammad being in the Middle East, his neighbor was Jewish. Every day check on him, how is he? We need peace. That's what we need. Justice and peace. Thank you very much for that.
Do you want me to reply? I'll reply quickly on the Palestinian issue. Look, we have never had, as far as I can see, politicians with the courage to express what you've just expressed in terms of justice for the people of Palestine. Resolution 242 said, which was still only a 78%, 22% divide, said all the parties had to go back to the 1967 borders. That was the basis for a resolution of that completely unjust state of affairs. But the influence of Israel on America, and America on Israel, and the cowardly behaviour of Australian politicians for decades, right up to this very minute, is a problem. And until their cowardice on this issue is unmasked, and they are held to account by a larger public, that's not going to be easy, because the mainstream media colludes with this injustice. And I have to say, one of the great benefits of WikiLeaks is that it has exposed the injustice. I probably better not say more than that at this point, because I'll get into a monologue, and that's the very opposite of dialogue.
Peter, do you want to add anything to that? Actually, I made a mistake. Sheikh Adid had his hand up first, and then this gentleman, and then... Sheikh Adid, do you mind if he goes first? Go ahead.
It's a quick question to the gentleman.
To Peter.
Why not Australia treat, or the government treat, home invasion as an act of terrorism?
I wouldn't speak on behalf of the government. I speak on behalf. No, I mean the whole issue of the wars and the decisions made. I mean, all I can really say there is that governments make decisions that they do based on the information they have at the time, and for the best interest of the country that they represent. Now, we may agree or disagree with that, but the reality is that they are our elected officials, and we elect them and we entrust these decisions on them. I mean, that's the way, the process of a government, how it works. Now, we could sit in front of a different audience, and a whole lot of people may say, well, yes, we should go to war, or no, we should not go to war. But I mean, I think what we need to focus on now is what are the consequences of those decisions, and how do we ensure that there is not a legacy there which continues into the future. and again, to me, this is about, understanding that those decisions have been made. We are in Afghanistan. We were in Iraq. We were part of coalitions there. But sitting and explaining that, certainly to our young people, that the decision was made. We were there and we do these things. But what do we do about it now? How do we ensure that this doesn't add fuel to the fire and provide a basis for our young people to become marginalised or disenfranchised or start to become radicalised and go down the road of extremism? I mean, that's, from my position, that is what my concern is. Because, if I didn't have to, if my areas didn't have to investigate and try and disrupt terrorist activity, and I didn't have a job to do, I'd be a very happy man. Because my genuine concern is what happens to our young people? Why do they go down this road, and what we can do to stop them? So I guess in answering your question, I know it's a sort of circuitry way to get there, but when decisions are made, we need to ensure again that people don't hijack that agenda and try and use it for their own purposes.
Just on that point, how often does any of us write to a politician who says something good with respect to any of the issues that are of concern to us? How often do we write and say, good on you, you've done a good job, you've said something good?
But he's supposed to do good.
No, I know, but what you have to realise is that there are many other people who prefer the other option, who write to them and criticise them when they do something that we consider to be just. So we can't just blame them, we have to blame ourselves as well. If we're not active, human society, wherever you go, if humans are not vigilant, autocratic people take over and they make bad decisions. If you're vigilant, you keep everybody honest. We share the responsibility. I share the responsibility myself when I remain passive. But when I'm active, when I talk, when I speak up, use my intellect, do the research, speak up intelligently, I make a difference.
When were you passive, Keysar? When was that?
Oh, I think in the not even in the 7th month when I was in the women. Sorry, Sheikh Adid, and then we.
Thank you, Keysar, and Sheikh Naser and Tony for this wonderful gathering. Thank you for everyone. My question to the gentleman from the AFP in the middle. You said in your speech you will hire someone to give advice about the Muslim community. Mm-hmm. And the problem starts from 2002. Does it make sense that you start to think in the correct way to negotiate with someone from the problem after 9 years? It should be the beginning. I'm happy and with all my respect to the AFP to secure this country, this beautiful country. I appreciate this effort. Everyone appreciate that, but should be from the beginning. And I'm more. It will be more logic if you say we are sorry. We should take this stage. And you the problem you said we think to hire someone. It should be from the beginning. Get someone. Get some scholars like Dr. Ibrahim. I don't mention anyone. You know who's who's thinking in a good way. Bring him. Okay, there's a problem with your community. Give us the advice before you put this tough legislation in 2002. Are you agree with me at this point or not? That's my question.
Yes, certainly. And if I could just probably remiss of me. And it was probably because of the time. I mean, we have had a very strong and ongoing dialogue with members of the Muslim community all the way back to 2002. What we want to do now is have a more permanent engagement there. I mean, it's whether it's with Keysar or with Ali Rudy or with Wadad Ali in Melbourne, we have had this ongoing relationship ever since that time. What we're trying to do is to expand that and make it stronger. I mean, it's many times I've met and spoken with different imams, but again, what I want to do is to engage them more, because I can see that the issues that we're trying to deal with, and this issue of, I don't like to use the term of homegrown terrorism because it's not. It's just an easy label to put on it. But that phenomena of young people being disengaged, disenfranchised, and becoming radicalised, I don't see that. Well, in fact, I see that there is potential for that to increase, and hence why I want to expand the engagement we have and get more advice, so that I can work more closely with the community to do something about it. Yeah, I mean, certainly, and as Keysar just reminded me, I mean, we've been having iftar dinners for many years now. My commissioner, he personally attends them, and we've had community relation meetings again with the commissioner and some members of the community now for many years. What I'm trying to do, and what I was articulating this morning, is to build upon that, because I see that there is still a way to go. And this is, you know, it's like the dialogue issue. It's about engaging, understanding, and realising that you actually need to do more, or how can you be more effective in what you do. So it's a constant evolution and a constant building process, and that's what we're doing. So your point is quite valid, and you know, when I reflect back on it, could I and should I have done more earlier, many years ago? Looking at it in hindsight, yes, but unfortunately we don't have the benefit of hindsight at the time, and that's why we want to do more now. And in 2 years' time, I'll probably look at things and say, are we doing it right? Do we need to do more? I mean, I do that constantly, and that's why, you know, I mean, it's why I come to conferences and meetings like this, to try and learn more and try and contribute more to that discussion.
I'm just conscious of the time. The sandwich has already been put on the table. I've got a list of 3 people to ask questions, 4 people. I'll just request 5 people, 6 people, 8 people. We have to have lunch and then have the Friday service. They're going to take time, obviously. And then we have our next session. It's scheduled at 10 to 2. We can delay it 10 minutes, really not much more than that. That's why I put 10 to 2, to give us a bit of leeway. But please keep the questions as short as possible, and so that we can try to finish quickly. I've got a list so far. Professor Rifat Ibaid was next, and then Dr. Tariq Al-Kiki, and then Rebecca, and then Abbas, and then I can't read my... Oh, sorry. Oh, Vanessa, yes, Vanessa, yes. Professor, do you mind if Vanessa goes first, send that off? Mr. There you go, Vanessa.
I have a question for Mr. Brennan from the AFP also. You were speaking earlier about domestic terrorist threats, and I was wondering, you mentioned the number of people that have attracted charges from Australia, but you didn't mention the number of people that have been discovered to have been attending terrorist training camps overseas. Are you able to quantify that number of people?
No, short answer, no. And the reason for that is that a lot of this is intelligence based, and we certainly don't discuss the contents of intelligence. But again, until such time that, you know, it would to be prosecuted and public in a court of law, then it's not fair on people involved. So we certainly like to sort of, I guess, keep that at arm's length. And you know, if we do commence an investigation and a prosecution, then when it comes into to the public arena in the court, then that's when more details will be known. But that protects those individuals' privacy as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I see Drew wants to put his hand up as well, mate.
So this is Drew Warren-Smith from the Australian newspaper. In terms of quantifying numbers, this is a brief question and might be a little bit easier. The AFP, how many Muslim Australians are now employed as on-the-ground officers for the AFP? And what percentage of your total officers does that represent? And how much has that grown in the past 8 years since these threats have been identified?
Yeah, short answer. I can't give the exact details, but there's only a very, very few officers. And would we like more? We certainly would. But it's the basis of, and it gets back to before, is are we able to recruit from right across all the different communities in Australia? We seek to, but it's we actually can't tell people to recruit. We have right across the organisation we are seen as an employer of choice by a whole lot of different communities. We have, I think, a young Muslim woman who has just commenced in her training recently, and I think she's the first Muslim woman. And in fact, we're talking to her the other day, and she sees it as a great opportunity because she can actually go back and I guess comment on the merits of the AFP as an employer and how she's treated back into her community. Surely would like more, and I would encourage people to apply.
I know one of these officers also wears the scarf. They've got, I think 2 of them wear the scarf, and another Muslim lady with the AFP doesn't wear the scarf. So it's good that there's this equal employment opportunity, and it also shows that Muslim Australians are just as keen to protect the security of this nation. We're really running short of time, so I wanted to go through to the people whose names I've taken down. There is an afternoon session as well, so if you don't get a chance to ask the question now, we also have another learned panel of speakers in the afternoon. We have an Assistant Commissioner from the State Police. Some of your questions might be more relevant to him. We have also a legal expert, Dr. Salim Farrar, who's studied both Islamic and Western laws, and he's taught in both fields as well. So we still have a fair bit of time. We don't need to put all the questions this morning. Professor Rufat.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me join my voice with my colleague, Professor Stuart Rees, in endorsing what Dr. Abu Mohammad has said, to the effect that justice and respect for others should be the fundamental pillars for democracy. And since we are, I'll be very brief, since we are on the subject of terrorism, one of the very interesting points that Dr. Abu Mohammad said or made was this loose term of terrorism. It's a very vague term. Hence my question to Assistant Commissioner Peter Drennan. You rightly pointed to what Lord Carlisle has said in England, that it's very important to distinguish what exactly terrorism is. It's a well-known fact now, or at least it's alleged, that the tragic events of 9/11, the tragic events of Bali, and to that effect, the tragic events of the Underground in London, and many others perhaps, have been labeled under the umbrella of terrorism. I just want to point out to the more recent events of the burning or the bombing of a church in Alexandria on the first day of this year. Unfortunately, this event may have been overshadowed by more recent, more important perhaps events. We may never know whether that was a terrorist act or a religiously motivated act. So my question very briefly to the Assistant Commissioner, what is, if there is any definition of terrorism?
There is a United Nations accepted definition of terrorism, and unfortunately I don't have it here with me to give it to you precisely. But I think it's best to look at it is what is commonly understood, about terrorism, and that these are acts of violence and normally significant. They are motivated politically or and they are of a nature which causes significant impact upon the fabric of society. Now, there could be debates in relation to whether issues which are of an internal nature are terrorist or not. but I think it's best to really take a common sense approach there on what terrorism would be. And again, when we get to the way different people may want to claim things to be terrorist activity or not, that we don't get our judgment clouded by other agendas. I think, to me, I mean, it's if you look at say a very common sense approach to terrorism, I think it's fairly self-evident what it may be. But if you want a more precise definition, I can certainly get the link to the UN website where it's there's a UN accepted definition to Keysar.
Yeah, I mean the safeguard we might go away with for lunch is to look at the figures over the centuries of the fatalities caused by people who've used violence to oppress the institutions of the state, your interpretation, and the violence used by state terrorism, usually people in uniform, and the number of casualties dwarfs completely in terms of the hundreds the number of fatalities. So we really need to go away, and when we use the term terrorism, we need to look at state terrorism. The use of the deceitful, deceptive behaviour of governments to wage unjust wars, for example, or whether you'd call Ahmadinejad's behaviour a form of state licensed terrorism. The arbitrary execution of people. In terms of, I'm not undermining for 1 minute the forces you're up against or the examples you've just given, but as a caveat to the interpretations of terrorism, let's look at the appalling aspects of state terrorism, of which the video released of the Apache helicopter attack was just the tip of the iceberg.
Just on that point, in the tragic bombing of the church in Alexandria, you know that the Egyptian public prosecutor was seeking to indict the former interior minister for responsibility for that, and his name is, I think, Habib al-Adli or something. Habib al-Adli came out and said, well, if they prosecute me, I'm going to release a lot more information, that the regime has been responsible for a lot of things, the ousted regime, that have been blamed on sectors of society, perhaps to justify the excessive security arrangements in that country, or perhaps for other reasons. Sometimes, in situations like this, as Sam said before, Muslims and Christians have lived together as friends and neighbours, and even intermarried at times against the teachings of their own religions. Never had problems, but sometimes it just takes somebody with a political aspirant usually. He may not be in politics, but an aspirant with a nefarious mind to start exploiting people and exploiting differences. And part of our work is to have people engage in dialogue so that they can see the differences as opportunities to improve rather than to clash. Dr. Torek, do you want to ask the question now or save it later because time is short? And
my question will be very, very quick. Okay. Well, actually, I thank Keysar for his briefing. My question is, in your briefing, you mentioned something about the national strategy for the AFP engagement in the community, and something like that. What is the engagement, or I would rather say, what is the proactive and reactive corrective behavior of AFP in regards to what the media say about Muslims in Australia? Because actually, a mistake here, or a word from a means of media here or there, can spread the venom in the community, and to the reaction of this will be devastating. Actually, to say or to reverse what they said, or to try to correct what they said, would be useless. So, what is the proactive and reactive action to what the media say, if there's any media watch by the AFP?
Unfortunately, we don't have too much influence on the media.
So we need the politicians here for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it picks up a little bit what Keysar said before. Is that and I take my police hat off here, and a member of a community hat, is that we as a community need to be vigilant about the media. Certainly from an AFP perspective, I mean, we are very, very careful on what we say when we do media releases in relation to the activities we're involved in. They are factual based, and invariably, and again, much to the disgruntlement of the media, sometimes we say very little, and it is because these issues are quite delicate. If other people are saying these things, we're not in a position to comment on those because we're not social commentators. We rely upon the community and the pressure that the community can bring on community leaders or politicians to actually ensure that the rhetoric in the newspapers, or what's printed in the newspapers or on the electronic media, is accurate.
Just seeing that we dealt a little bit about the Alexandria issue and what was happening in Egypt, I think it's only fair to give His Excellency the Consul General of Egypt, he had his hand up, just to allow him to make a comment on this issue.
Thank you very much, Keysar. I would like to thank you for the organization of this event. Also, I'd like to thank Tony Stewart and your panelists. And of course, we thank Dr. Ibrahim Abu Mohammad for his valuable paper. Actually, I did not just want to comment on the events happening in Egypt. I just wanted to say that maybe we overlooked, we are coming here to speak about dialogue. So I just wanted to speak about the same point that my previous speaker said, media. Yeah, the importance of two things. Media, maybe we overlooked that, and I would have liked to hear any of the panelists or even the public speaking about this, the importance of media in dialogue and the importance of education. Media is very important because, like the professor just said, it affects the public opinion a lot, and it may lead the people in so different tendencies that are not helpful in any way in labeling people or in giving wrong or misinformation to the community. Also, in the education in schools for the children, a lot of children now relate between Muslims and terrorism, and they really don't understand what this means. So I would like to see more importance given from the authorities, the society, and so on, to these two factors, the media in the broader sense, and of course the education given to kids in schools.
Thank you for that. Actually, we have a former journalist on the panel in the afternoon, and you know, I haven't been in the media as much as I've been in the past, but one thing I've worked out is that you have chiefs of staffs and editors who sit together with the journalists and try to decide what the public wants to read, and then they look for people whom they believe will be able to fit into the story. Sometimes, unfortunately, and I don't mean any disrespect to the reporters, the frontline reporters who talk to you, they may be some of the nicest people, the most honest people, but the people who end up editing don't even know you. They've never met you. And sometimes what you say or something in what you say might fit in nicely in the story, they use it. If it doesn't fit in nicely in the story, they don't use it. And we need to educate our people about that. We need to educate our people that sometimes even the news media is part of the entertainment industry and not part of news reporting. And not the fault of the frontline journalists, but the fault of somebody behind the scenes. Sometimes they're referred to as backbenchers, sometimes sub-editors. It doesn't matter what the name is. Sorry? No, honestly, some of the frontline reporters, very, very decent people. But it's the structures, the hierarchies, the problems. But maybe we might... sorry, we have Rebecca, do you mind if I don't? She's gone. She had to go. Okay, Abbas, do you want to ask a question now? Or okay, last question, and then I'm going to make a presentation, and then we go to Talal. I hope you don't mind. You can ask your question next panel.
Thanks, Keysar.
After lunch.
Abbas Alvi, I have a question with the professor as well as with Peter. The question, I'll be very quick. Professor, you mentioned in your discussion that 40 to 45%, if I'm correct, budget of USA is going towards the defense.
Correct.
And the gentleman has asked a question about the peace in Palestine. Do you think that there is any correlation between the peace in Palestine or anywhere in the world with this type of budget, 40 to 45%? Can you make it?
If you were a physician, you've diagnosed the problem almost immediately. I've never met anybody who's a serious commentator in Israel or on the West Bank who doesn't think that the United States couldn't change the equation almost overnight. I mean, Israel's is sustained largely by those subsidies, but most of all, the fascination with violence as the major instrument of policy, that's the problem. I mean, for example, we were conned by the media in a so-called war in Gaza called Cast Lead. The kill ratio was 100 to 1. That was never a war. That was just an organised slaughter, which the Western powers, with this military mindset, and you can even see in the absurd defence budgets that we commit ourselves to in Australia, has as the way of running societies. It's a nonsense. It's gone on for centuries. It's resulted in the deaths of millions of young, mostly young men, but more recently young women, and nowadays mostly civilians. So yeah, direct correlation.
Thank you.
Okay.
And part with Peter. Peter, you mentioned about the engagement of the community with the police. Please, I'm giving you this observation and comments and then asking you the question straight on that. Practically, if you see that there's a lot of investment government is making, even the state government as well as federal government, on the interaction part of the community with the police. And definitely there's a lot of information on websites, brochures, and all the time we email from Christina or maybe Julia Gillard, and all those things is showing correctly. But if you see physically all the time, it's not a racist comment, but the community which has migrated recently, maybe 30 years or 35 years, they do have some sort of reaction from the police. Maybe one of the reasons that even in the small counters or small places, even some camera detection or police interaction of the over-speeding of the person, they do have a feeling back in the mind of a racist feeling, or they don't see many police force from their own background on those places. So probably you may like to see how it can be done. And Keysar has mentioned that these type of incidences, like we are talking about the incidences Alexander Church. Now these sort of incidences suddenly pops up and they make a big problem in the community. Do we have some sort of solution how the police force can bring the feeling of the unity at that particular moment? Do we have any creative workshops or any things to cope with that sort of situation on a moment? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, and I mentioned a little bit before, I mean, and it's not only the AFP, I mean, all the state and territory police have community engagement programs. Where we try to interact as much as we can is those people who potentially are at risk, or where we can engage in I guess, not a non-confrontational, but in a more harmonious way. And that's why we do a lot around sport. And here in New South Wales, there's been about both Australian rules and rugby league and soccer, I think, and certainly in Melbourne with Essendon Football Club, again around Australian rules. And they are annual events, and they're very, very successful. In relation to the Muslim, the camps with Muslim women, we found that again to be very, very successful, because it gives us the opportunity to engage in a less formal way, and where we can try and get more interaction, more dialogue. As far as the point you raised about if someone is pulled up for speeding and their action they may have, and whether they think it's racist or that, I mean, I'd love to say there's some easy solutions to that, but there's not, because people will see things through their own eyes. Now, if someone's pulled up for speeding, the question, I mean, if they're not a white Anglo-Saxon Australian male, and the policeman's not a white Anglo-Saxon Australian male, then all of a sudden there's some differences there, and people will see things from their own perspective. Now, whether that's the right or wrong perspective they're taking at the time, it will take into account a whole range of different factors. Particularly, it'll take into account all the experiences that each one of those people has had over their lifetime up until then. If we could take that out of the equation, then it would be far easier to deal with. But the reality is we can never take that out of the equation. But what it gets back to is that when people raise these issues and say, well, you know, I was pulled up for speeding just because I'm a young a Muslim male, if that's your son or daughter, then you say, well, do you think that's really the reason, or is that the way you reacted to it? But likewise for the police. I mean, and this is why we do as much as we can in relation to people understanding different cultures and different religions, is that they need we need to ensure that they have an understanding of how their actions may be interpreted or misinterpreted, so that they are very conscious. It's one of the reasons we spend a lot of time, particularly with our counter-terrorism teams, is getting them to understand and have a very good awareness of different cultures, so that when they go to houses or they engage with people, they are very aware of the things they say, the manner in which they act, so that they don't give the wrong impression. You know, I agree, it's a very, very difficult area because there are so many differences there. The challenge is to make sure that we take, I guess, the perceived bias out of that interaction and try and get it on a level playing field so people understand that that may not be the issue. There may be other things there, and to say try and get any perceived bias out of it.
Chris, every time I'm done for speeding, I think it's completely unjust and I've been completely misinterpreted, even though I'm a white Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, that's unfortunately. I've been lucky once, actually. A police officer let me off the hook. I was very lucky. They let me off the hook. Professor Stuart Rees has been very generous with his time. He actually had to leave by 12:30 and he stayed behind. And do you mind if I put your question for the second panel? You can be first one at the first panel, at the next panel. First question. Do you mind? Is that all right? Because a few people have to leave and I need to make the presentation, then we can have lunch. I noticed that Tony Stewart is back, and is Father Riley still here or is he gone? Okay, well, do you mind accepting Sheikh Naser? Peter also has to fly. If you write me the question, I'll forward it to both the gentlemen. I'll email it back to you. I'll email you the answer. Anybody, and if you can save the questions for the next panel, inshallah we'll do. Peter, thank you very much. Let me just, no, don't worry about that one. That's for the African. My nails under this. Thank you very much for sparing the time to be with us and coming all the way from Canberra. Sheikh Naser wanted to present this to you. Sheikh Naser, please. Thank you. Now, which one is that one? Professor Stuart Rees.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now, we have one for Dr. Ibrahim, but I'm not going to give it to him until the end of the day. I'm going to make sure he earns it. It's not enough, that speech. You still have to give the Friday sermon, and that is a first for any parliament in Australia, as far as I'm aware, a Friday sermon and the Friday prayers being held, which really shows that this is a place that we can all use. And Dr. Ibrahim is the first person to give a khutbah in a parliament. I've got them out of order again. Did you get them out of order for me? Tony Stewart. Yeah, the prayers are in the Jubilee room. Just after we have a few sandwiches, we can all go up together. Yeah, Tony's also accepting the plaque on behalf of Father Chris Riley.
I know you can't have anyone else's behaviour. It was kind of one-dimensional of the world.
Just to explain, the sandwiches are outside, and also all the other amenities are out there. Then we're going to make our way for those that want to go to prayer, which will be up the stairs and to the left. So up the stairs and to the left when you're ready for prayer.
Programs to be held because I believe talking to the community leaders, as you see, Peter has to fly to Canada. Really not by
أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الفلاح حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين ولا عدوان إلا على الظالمين وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له بيده الأمر كله وله الملك كله وهو على كل شيء قدير وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله الرحمة المهداة والنعمة المسداة والسراج المنير اللهم صل وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن سلك طريقه ونهج نهجه إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد، جماعة المسلمين، فإن المسلم كما يقول الفيلسوف الإسلامي الكبير محمد إقبال هو قدر الله الغالب وقضاؤه الذي لا يرد. وحين نقول المسلم نعني المسلم الحقيقي. المسلم الحقيقي لا يعيش أبداً على هامش الأحداث، لا يعيش مهمشاً، لا يجلس على شاطئ التاريخ ليشاهد من موقع المتفرج عملية المد أو الجزر. إنما المسلم الحقيقي هو الذي يصنع التاريخ ويدفع بعجلاته إلى الأمام ويؤثر في الأحداث بل ويقود الأحداث. المسلمون في مجتمع المهجر ربما يختلف دورهم وتختلف رسالتهم عن المسلمين في المجتمع الأم. يفترض في المسلم في المجتمع الأم أن يكون مسلما يؤدي واجباته ويأخذ حقوقه ويعيش بين الناس. أما المسلم في مجتمع المهجر فعليه أعباء أخرى، إنه شاء أم أبى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لدى غير المسلمين. المسلمون ينظرون إليه ويحكمون على الإسلام من خلال سلوكياته المحددة. فإذا كان نموذجاً يحتذى، إذا كان ملتزماً بقيم الإسلام وبأخلاقيات الإسلام، فإنه يكون خير رسول لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وإن لم ينطق بكلمة. ذلك لأن هناك لغة الآن، لغة عامة يعرفها الجميع، هي لغة الأخلاق. المسلمون في مجتمع المهجر لا يمكن أن يكون لهم حضور، ولا يمكن أن يكون لهم تأثير، ولا يمكن أن يكون لهم فاعلية إلا إذا انطلقوا من خلال 3 منطلقات. المنطلق الأول هو المحافظة على دينهم وهوياتهم، وبغير هذا المنطلق سيذوب المسلمون ويتلاشون. بغير منطلق الارتباط بالعقيدة وبالقرآن الكريم وبالهوية وبالأصول العقدية يستحيل أن يعيش الإنسان المسلم محتفظا بكيانه العام، وهذا هو المنطلق الأول. المنطلق الثاني هو التفوق العلمي، والتفوق العلمي يجعل من صاحبه موضع أنظار الآخرين، فهم يرون فيه نموذج العصر الذي يمسك بزمام العلم في كل شيء، ومن ثم يصدر عنه شعاع يربط غير المسلمين بسلوكيات هذا الإنسان. المنطلق الثالث هو الأداء الحضاري المتميز، ونعترف آسفين أن أداءنا الحضاري لم يكن متميزا خلال فترة قاربت 500 سنة الأخيرة. كان الأداء الحضاري المتميز وسيلة من وسائل البلاغ عن الله لأصحاب رسول الله، وكذلك للتابعين. كان الأداء الحضاري المتميز هو السبب الأول في فتح أكبر بلد إسلامي معروف الآن، إندونيسيا. إندونيسيا لم تطلق فيها طلقة واحدة، لم يمت إنسان واحد في سبيل انتشار الإسلام في إندونيسيا، وإنما كان هناك التميز الأخلاقي الذي يلتزم بالصدق والأمانة والخلق ورعاية العهود ورعاية المواثيق، ويلتزم أيضا بالأداء الحضاري المتميز. 3 منطلقات أظن أننا قادرون عليها بإذن الله. التمسك بالهوية. المنطلق الثاني هو الأداء الأخلاقي المتميز والتفوق العلمي، والمنطلق الثالث هو الأداء المتميز. التمسك بالهوية، الأداء المتميز، الأخلاق. هذه منطلقات 3 حدثنا عنها نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم، ووظف في سبيل هذه المنطلقات 3 وظف أشياء كثيرة تشكل الأعمدة الحضارية لأي بنية. عندما يقول لنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم: لا تزول قدم عبد يوم القيامة حتى يسأل عن 4، عن عمره فيما أفناه، وهذا توظيف لعنصر الزمن، وعن شبابه فيما أبلاه، وهذا توظيف لعنصر القدرة والتفوق والأداء العلمي والعقل أيضا، وعن علمه ماذا عمل به، وعن ماله من أين اكتسبه وفيما أنفقه. عندما يقول لنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ويربط بين هذه المصادر ال4 لأي حضارة أو لأي بنية حضارية لا يمكن أن تقوم إلا على هذه العناصر ال4: توظيف عنصر الزمن، توظيف عنصر الشباب ممثل في التغيير والحركة والقدرة على الأداء، توظيف عنصر العلم ممثلا في العقل، ثم توظيف عنصر المادة ممثلا في المال. عندما يربط هذه العناصر ال4 بمستقبل الإنسان في الدار الآخرة، فإن هذه العناصر ال4 هي التي تؤسس لمكانة الإنسان في هذه الدنيا قبل الآخرة. الدنيا لا تعترف بالجهلاء، لا تعترف بالمهمشين، لا تعترف بالضعفاء، لا تعترف بمن لا يملك زمام الأمور ولا يملك حتى زمام أمر نفسه. ومن هنا كانت هذه العناصر ال4 ضمن العناصر التي وظفها ديننا لخدمة دنيانا وعمارة الحياة، وأيضا لتوطيد المكان والمكانة عند الله في الدار الآخرة. في عالم الأداء العلمي أو الأداء الأخلاقي في هذه الدنيا هناك قوانين تحكم حركة الإنسان. عندما يقبل رجلان أحدهما مسلم والآخر كافر، الكافر يلتزم بسنن الله في الكون، يلتزم بالقوانين التي تحدد التعامل مع المادة بخصائصها وقوانينها، يلتزم بعنصر الزمن. ثم يقبل المسلم غير ملتزم بأي قانون، غير ملتزم لا بعنصر الزمان ولا بعنصر المكان ولا بسنن الله الكونية، غير ملتزم بأي شيء، فإن العطاء الإلهي يمنح غير المسلم ويحرم المسلم. ولذلك قال ربنا جل جلاله في كتابه الكريم: من كان يريد الحياة الدنيا وزينتها نوفي إليهم أعمالهم فيها وهم فيها لا يبخسون. ولماذا يبخسون وقد أدوا واجبهم؟ إن عدالة الله تأبى أن يحرم مجتهد من ثمرة اجتهاده ولو كان كافرا، ولو كان كافرا. وعدالة الله تأبى أن تنصر جاهلا مسلما وأن تنصر ظالما ولو كان مسلما. ولذلك التعامل مع قوانين الكون، التعامل مع سنن الله في الكون، وأنا أخاطب مثقفين، التعامل مع سنن الله في الكون، معرفة هذه القوانين، إحسان الصلة بها، إحسان علاقة المسلم بدنياه، إحسان علاقة المسلم بجيرانه، إحسان علاقة المسلم بالمادة التي يتعامل معها، إحسان علاقة المسلم بالأرض التي يعيش عليها وهي مسخرة بأمر الله لهذا المسلم. إحسان هذه العلاقة يجمع العناصر الحضارية التي تمكن المسلم من أداء دوره ورسالته وتجعله قدوة بين الناس وتجعله حقا رسولا لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. بغير هذه العناصر لا يمكن للمسلم أن يؤدي دورا. المجتمعات التي نعيش فيها هي مجتمعات غير مسلمة، لكنها تحترم كرامة الإنسان، تحترم حرية الإنسان، تحترم خصوصية الإنسان. ولذلك حظيت هذه المجتمعات بهذه الثمرة التي نعيش في ظلها مسلمين الآن وغير مسلمين. مجتمعات المسلمين عندما تنكرت لرسالات الله وتنكرت لسنن الله في الكون وتعاملت مع بعضها البعض بمنطق الفوضى والهمجية واللا مسؤولية واللا التزام واللا أخلاق، كانت النتيجة أن دب التخلف في هذه الأمم زمنا طويلا ونقلها من مقدمة الصفوف بعد أن كانت العالم الأول لتكون العالم الثالث أو العالم الرابع أو العالم، يعني تعبير العالم الثالث ده تعبير مخفف، يعني لتكون العالم الأخير. ومن ثم فنحن نحتاج، وخصوصا في مجتمع المهجر، أن نستحضر مسؤولياتنا، أن نستحضر في الذاكرة دائما أن كل فرد فينا هو خليفة لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. وليسأل المرء نفسه: ماذا قدمت لدينك؟ ماذا قدمت لدينك؟ ليس دعوة بالكلام، وإنما هي دعوة بالحال. فالحال خير رسول ناطق وإن لم يتكلم. الحال، القدوة بالحال والدعوة بالحال هي خير رسول ناطق وإن لم يتكلم. ليسأل كل منا نفسه: ماذا قدمت لدينك في مجتمع المهجر؟ وأنا أتصور أتصور حوارا يدور في العالم الآخر عندما نقف جميعا بين يدي ربنا تبارك وتعالى يسأل الخواجات: لماذا لم تؤمنوا بي؟ لماذا لم تعرفوني؟ فيقولون له: يا ربنا، هؤلاء الناس الذين أنزلت كتابك بلغتهم واخترت نبيك من جنسهم وجعلت الكعبة في بلادهم ووضعت في مخزون أرضهم كل ما يساعد على البلاغ والدعوة، هؤلاء لم يحدثون عنك، لم يبلغون عنك، لم يتكلموا معنا بهذا الشأن. أتصور أن الحق جل جلاله ينادينا نحن: لماذا لم تعرفوا بي؟ لماذا لم تحدثوهم عني؟ لماذا لم تنقلوا إليهم أخلاق الدين الذي اخترته ليكون خاتم رسالات الله للعالمين؟ لماذا لم تبلغوا عن رسولي ولو آية؟ والآية مش لازم تكون آية كلامية، آية أخلاقية، آية سلوكية، تقدم آية، تقدم دليل، تقدم مثال، تقدم نموذج. أتصور أن الله جل جلاله سيعفي الآخرين وسنتحمل نحن المسؤولية أمام الله جل جلاله. أرجو الله أن يعافيني وإياكم وأن يجعلنا وإياكم من الذين يستمعون القول فيتبعون أحسنه، أولئك الذين هداهم الله وأولئك هم أولو الألباب. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم فاستغفروه يغفر لكم. الخطبة بعد الخطبة الثانية. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على خاتم الأنبياء وإمام المرسلين سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي الأمين وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. جاء رجل إلى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ووجه إليه سؤالا وقال: يا رسول الله، ما علامة الله فيما نريد؟ فنظر إليه النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ولم يجب بكلام طويل عريض، لم يشرح شرحا طويلا، وإنما أجاب الرجل بسؤال وقال له: كيف أصبحت؟ فأجاب الرجل: أصبحت أحب الخير وأهله وأهوى وقوعه بين الناس وأبادر إليه إن قدرت عليه وإن فاتني حزنت عليه. فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم: فتلك علامة الله في من يريده. علامة الله في من يريده أيها الإخوة أن تحب الخير وأن تحب أهل الخير وأن تبادر إليه إن استطعت، وإن فاتك حزنت عليه لأنه قد فاتك خير كثير. هذه باختصار شديد علامة الله في من يريده. والإرادة هنا في من يريده يعني في من يحبه، في من يكون قريبا منه، في من يكون موصولا به، في من يكون محل رضاه، في من يكون محل مغفرته ورضوانه. تلك علامة الله في من يريده. من يريده يعني من يحبه. هذه هي الخصال الأربعة: أن تحب الخير، وأن تهواه وتهوى وقوعه بين الناس، تحب أن ينتشر بين الناس وتبادر إليه إن استطعت إلى ذلك سبيلا، بل تبحث عن السبيل إلى هذا الخير لتفعله، وتبادر إليه إن استطعت إلى ذلك سبيلا. وإن فاتك بعد بذل الجهد في السعي إليه تحزن عليه. المسلم الذي يلتزم بهذه المبادئ الأربعة بغير شك أن يكون له إشعاع ينم عنه، وأن يكون له تأثير في البيئة المحيطة، وأن يغير من حوله. ولا نستغرب، ففي سيرة الشباب الملتزم وخصوصا في مجتمع المهجر قصص كثيرة تخبرنا بأن عائلات بأكملها تغيرت وانتقلت من الباطل إلى الحق ومن الكفر إلى الإيمان نتيجة موقف معين التزم به مسلم أو مسلمة في دينه في موقف محدد. لنتذكر أننا رسل رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم، ولا نتذكر هذا فقط، وإنما لنتذكر أيضا أننا سنقف يوم القيامة بين يديه وعلى حوضه، فإذا كنا رسل حق ننقل عنه ونلتزم بما ننقل فإننا سنشرب من حوضه. أما إذا كنا، ونعوذ بالله أن نكون، أما إذا كنا ونقط فإن الملائكة ستزودنا عن حوضه، ويقول النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: هؤلاء من أمتي، فيقولون له: يا رسول الله دعك منهم إنك لا تعلم ماذا أحدثوا بعدك. أعيدكم وأعيد نفسي بالله أن نكون من هذا الفريق، وأسأل الله تعالى أن نكون من الفريق الأول الذين يبلغون رسالات الله ويخشونه ولا يخشون أحدا إلا الله.
I just noticed that we've only got 5 minutes to get back in there for the next panel. What I'm proposing to do, unless somebody has objections, is to type this up and put it on the website and everybody can access it later on. Otherwise it's going to take maybe 5 to 10 minutes for me to read the translation. I think most of the people here would have understood the Arabic, and I will email this to save time, be able to get on with the next program. I will email this to those who want it. I can't give a short summary without losing some of the substance. Summary? They really don't have time. We only have time to pray. The summary of the khutbah was that there's a difference in the role of a Muslim in a majority Muslim country and in a country where a Muslim is in the minority. In a majority Muslim country, it might be sufficient to do your prayers, to do your fasting, to perform your pilgrimage, and leave other roles to others. When you're in the minority, whether you like it or not, you're an ambassador of your faith. Most people look at you as an example of the religion of Islam. Most people look at you as an ambassador of the Prophet Mohammad. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to be in that position or not, if you are a Muslim living in a country like Australia where you're in the minority, you have to bear in mind that many people don't have access to too many Muslims. You might be the only Muslim they have access to, or only to a handful of Muslims. So you step into this default role of a messenger, of the messenger of Allah. This involuntary position carries a lot of responsibilities. One of the responsibilities behind it is that when God questions other people who have not embraced Him, who have not embraced the religion in the afterlife, He will say, "Why didn't you believe in me? Weren't there people who believed in me living amongst you?" And they will say, "Yeah, they were living amongst us, but this is how they lived. They allowed themselves to be marginalised. They were not effective contributors to society. They were not good role models." Being a good role model of this faith is seen more through your actions than your words. Are you effective in society? Do you take up a leading role in pursuing the important issues in society? Or are you happy to be marginalised and just be an observer on the sidelines? And he mentioned three hadith in this regard. One of them, the hadith that most of you know, the statement of the Prophet ﷺ, that on the day of judgment, no foot will move of a person until he's asked about four things. How you spent your life, how you spent your youthful years, what you did with the knowledge that you gained, that God had given you, and how you earned your wealth and how you spent that wealth. How you earned it, not just how you spent it, how you earned it and how you spent it. Did you put it into the right areas? Did you earn it through honest means? If you didn't, then you've got a really serious problem. The second, the other issue is that people respect cultures that are strong. Human beings, in general, respect you when you are strong. And for the last 500 years, Muslims on the main have not taken a role as cultural leaders. You can see that the largest Muslim country, to the north of Australia, Indonesia, it's the largest Muslim country in the world because it's got the most number of Muslims, embraced Islam through seeing the actions of the Muslims. They were not forced to embrace Islam, nobody compelled them, but they saw the great values, the ethics, the morals, and the cultural greatness that this religion has created amongst the believers, and that led them to embrace the religion. Dr. Ibrahim also said that on the Prophet asked one of his companions one day, he said, "How do you find yourself this morning?" The companion said, "I find myself that I love goodness. I'm infatuated with goodness. I'm obsessed with goodness. And I love goodness for others. I love to see goodness coming to others. And I hate to see goodness being taken away from people." And this statement just describes a condition, a very important condition that we should aspire to. If you want to be a good ambassador of the Prophet ﷺ, to love goodness and to love for others to have goodness in their lives. And he made a prayer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that on the day of judgment, when we all try to come to the great pond next to the Prophet ﷺ, that we will be able to reach him. Because there will be those who will be prevented by the angels from reaching him. And the Prophet ﷺ will say, "But these were Muslims, or these were believers." And the angels will say, "No, they might have been Muslims, not nominal Muslims, but you don't know what things they've done after you left this world. You don't know what problems they've created." So we ask God to make us of those who are able to reach him and reach his pond and to protect us from being those who are prevented.
ربنا لك الحمد حمدا كثيرا خالدا مع خلودك ولك الحمد حمدا لا منتهى له دون علمك ولك الحمد حمدا لا منتهى له دون مشيئتك ولك الحمد حمدا لا أجر لقائله ولسامعيه إلا رضاك وتوفيقك والمزيد من فضلك وإحسانك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم استرنا ولا تفضحنا، اكرمنا ولا تهنا، وكن لنا ولا تكن علينا، ولا تشمت بنا أبدا من خلقك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم جاز أهلنا ومشايخنا وأصحاب الحقوق علينا عنا أحسن الجزاء. اللهم اجعل مثواهم الجنة، اللهم اجعل مستقرهم الفردوس الأعلى. اللهم متعنا وإياهم بالنظر إلى وجهك الكريم يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا مرحوما واجعل تفرقنا من بعده معصوما. اللهم لا تجعل فينا ولا منا ولا معنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. اللهم اجعل الحياة زيادة لنا في كل خير واجعل الموت راحة لنا من كل شر. عباد الله، إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى وينهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر والبغي يعظكم لعلكم تذكرون. اذكروا الله يذكركم وأقيموا الصلاة.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا.
Can you correct your angle? It's only 10 degrees from this way.
حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح.
Come back this way.
الله
Come back.
أكبر الله أكبر.
Back.
لا إله إلا الله.
This is the correct line. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. استووا واعتدلوا استووا صفوفكم فإنما تصفون بصفوف الملائكة صلوا صلاة مودع واستغفروا عظمة الحق. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نون والقلم وما يسطرون ما أنت بنعمة ربك بمجنون وإن لك لأجرا غير ممنون وإنك لعلى خلق عظيم فستبصر ويبصرون بأيكم المفتون إن ربك هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله وهو أعلم بالمهتدين. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. فاصبر لحكم ربك ولا تكن كصاحب الحوت إذ نادى وهو مكظوم لولا أن تداركه نعمة من ربه لنبذ بالعراء وهو مذموم فاجتباه ربه فجعله من الصالحين وإن يكاد الذين كفروا ليزلقونك بأبصارهم لما سمعوا الذكر ويقولون إنه لمجنون وما هو إلا ذكر للعالمين. الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
I'd like to call Hala Trad to facilitate this afternoon's panel. Hala is the one for whom we're doing the barbecue on the 17th of April, to which everybody here is invited. And that is because she just graduated in both English literature and philosophy, and she's doing her honours. On the panel, we are very grateful that Dr. Salim Farrar could be with us. He's graduated from the UK, King's College, and he's lectured at the International Islamic University in Malaysia, and also lectures at the Sydney Law School, part of Sydney University, right here in Sydney. Dr. Salim Farrar, if you would come up, please. Hello, you can come up too. Also on the panel, we are fortunate that Acting Assistant Commissioner General O'Reilly could be with us on short notice. There he is. If you would come up, please. And finally on the panel, somebody was asking about journalists before. We've got somebody who was not only a journalist, but was a journalist at the only national paper in Australia. And after working there for 2 years and understanding how the system works, she went and took a job as a conference producer for 1 year, but she did not help me with producing this conference. I had to do it without her help. It's Sanna Trad. She's left her job to go back to university and pursue full-time education, learning again.
Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, John O'Reilly.
Thank you. Do you want me to do it from here or the podium? Here?
Yeah, no, just from here.
Just from here?
Whatever's comfortable, if you'd like to.
Okay. Well, firstly, I'd like to thank Keysar for inviting me, giving me the opportunity to address you, and I hope it's all it proves very worthwhile. Now, I suppose what I'd like to talk about is our position in relation to extremism and the community. Now, I'll talk about where we currently sit with policing and how we've actually got there. So I suppose in the past, we all know historically where policing has come from within Australia. It's had British influences. It's evolved out of the Rum Corps and various other interim policing agencies into the New South Wales Police as it currently is. Now, I joined the police 30 years ago. When I joined the police, it was fairly dictatorial in terms of how it dealt with the community. The community didn't have much input into the police. The policing, New South Wales Police and other Australian police forces weren't very responsive to the community. Now, the reality is that we're only policing by consent. So we can only be effective as police if the communities that we are policing trust us to police and collaborate with us in our mission and support us. Without that collaboration and that consent, we would be totally ineffectual. Now, you can imagine if public order broke down in New South Wales, we have 17,000 police, give or take a few, our capacity to police New South Wales would be confined to a few blocks within the CBD. So without the public behind us, we have got no hope of being effective in policing New South Wales. Now, what we have to do is develop trust, confidence and maintain accountability. If the society, if the various communities within New South Wales don't trust us, if they don't think that what we're doing is transparent, in this modern age, we're just going to be ineffectual. We've all seen with WikiLeaks how governments can't operate in secrecy. They can be held quite easily in this current age to account with the community. So it's a matter that we have to evolve, and we have to be the type of police that the community deserves. Now, in New South Wales, our strength is that we're a community-based policing organisation. If you call the police in New South Wales for any sort of incident, it'll be the New South Wales Police that respond. And our ability to operate within the community is really our strength. In the counter-terrorism context, what we've tried to bring over the past couple of years is, I suppose, clarity of purpose. So in the counter-terrorism and the violent extremism context, we've got so many people from different cultures in New South Wales that would be vulnerable to extremism. We had the Sri Lankan community when the LTTE was active. We've got the various Islamic communities that have roots in the Middle East. We've got a lot of the mainstream Australian communities that have been organised for quite a time that are vulnerable to radicalising influences from the right wing. Now, what we have tried to do in terms of terrorism within New South Wales is bring clarity to it, to allow people to decide whether they should trust us or not. That is, make the decision themselves. The only way you can really make that decision is if you know enough about our mission, our purpose, what our agenda is. Now, what we're trying to be is crystal clear about our agenda. We've developed a community engagement model. It describes what we're doing, who we're interested in meeting, who we're interested in targeting. So it's very important that every member of the community knows whether they should fear us or trust us. Now, in terms of clarity of purpose, the language that we use, for example, is very important. For instance, you will hear terms used like jihadist. If I was giving a press conference, if I was talking publicly, jihad would be a word, for instance, that I would avoid using. Now, I'm not going to pretend to understand the full meaning of jihad, but I know it's been corrupted over the years in the context of terrorism, and that to the majority of Muslims, jihad is not a terrorist term. So for me to use it in a terrorism context is, I suppose, vindicating the beliefs of people who have corrupted the word over the years. So language, what we do, how we present ourselves is very important. Policing now has reached the stage where I believe we're a lot more mature in our outlook than we have been in the past. We have to be able to accept criticism. If we're not doing the right thing, we have to listen to the people. We have to accept criticism. We have to enable the community to be able to provide feedback. We have to open lines of communication, and we have to make sure that people feel safe communicating with us. Now, in terms of being able to accept criticism, I personally think we're doing a good job in terms of community engagement with the community, but I don't think I should have the final say on whether we are or whether we're not. So what we're doing is we're getting universities, for instance, we're partnering with a number of universities. We're getting people to independently look at us and critique us and do an assessment of whether we're on the right track or not. So it's very important that we don't tell you that we're doing a good job, but rather you tell us and we get critiqued against various international benchmarks. And that's something that we're doing at the moment. There is a project commencing through UWS that will be actually critiquing us, and we'll be looking for community feedback on whether we're actually on the right track or not. Now, what we're trying to do, and everything we do, is build in performance measures so that we have some guidance. We're not just doing what we think is best for the community. Now, one of the things that we're trying to do for the community, particularly newer communities that are establishing within Australia and that may be vulnerable to extremism influences, is empower them to some degree. So just to give you an example, the Somali community is establishing in Sydney at the moment, and it's a bit fractured in how it sits around Sydney. It's in various suburbs, and it lacks a certain amount of cohesion. The clan structure, etc., it doesn't really translate to Australian society very well. What we're trying to do is empower the community leaders so that that community has its own identity, it has some measure of cohesion, and we have the ability to respond to the needs of that community. If it is a fractured community, we don't really have the ability to network with the community as well as if it is a cohesive community to some extent. We're seeking answers to certain questions. For instance, what is it to be Australian? Why do some Australians feel excluded? Why do they feel that they can't identify as Australian? So what is wrong with the country that some people feel that they identify as some other nationality, some other culture? Why can't they feel that they can identify as an Australian and as belonging to another culture or religion? So these are fairly fundamental questions that we're seeking answers for, and it's something dynamic. I mean, the answer to those questions may differ from year to year and certainly from generation to generation. So we always have to be flexible in our thinking and try and, as best we can, deal with those questions. Why do some Australians feel that they have conflicting belief systems, that a religious, a cultural belief system is in conflict with what is considered a mainstream Australian or Western belief system? Now, in terms of extremism, the approach that we're taking is that it has to be a whole of government and whole of community approach. As New South Wales Police, for instance, we have no ability to influence anybody's belief system. So if somebody has an extremist belief system and we engage with them, our engagement with them is purely to direct them back into the community to people who have the ability to influence them and take them away from that extremist path that they're headed down. Now, we've adopted the approach that we absolutely believe people aren't extremist necessarily for life. It's a life experience, if you like, for want of a better phrase. It's not something that you should be branded as an extremist and that is the way you are for the rest of your life. There are even people who've been in jail for terrorism offences within Australia that we engage with now and have a completely different belief system now to what they had several years ago. So what I want to keep is a positive outlook, that we can have a positive influence and that we don't necessarily just write people off because of comments they made at a certain part of their life or in a certain situation. Now, in terms of our approach to extremism being a whole of government approach, we can't just do it as police. We have to work closely with other agencies that don't have the same agenda we have as police. For instance, the Community Relations Commission, the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and the, for instance, Department of Health, Department of Education. They all have a role to play in countering violent extremism. And most importantly, they all have a role to play in empowering the community to deal with it, because the majority of dealing with violent extremism is undertaken within the community, unbeknown to the police, unbeknown to any other government department. In terms of extremism, it's very important for the whole community to get involved with this. Now, you will have, just as an example, Islamic extremism will have the effect of driving right-wing extremism and vice versa. So if you get protests against Islam that are baseless but are driven by right-wing extremists, that upsets young Muslims, that pushes them in a particular direction, and vice versa. So extremism is not an Islamic problem, it's a human problem. It applies to every facet of society. In terms of counter-radicalisation, who is going to have the ability to undertake counter-radicalisation? That has to be, the answer to that question is always going to be influential members of the community, people who have the ability to influence somebody with a particular belief system. Now, the only way that we can be successful in going down the path of counter-radicalisation is to have very, very strong partnerships with the community. The community has to implicitly trust us. We have to trust the community. If we step out of line as police, the community has to have the ability to say, you've stepped out of line, this is the wrong, what's gone wrong, and we have to have some mechanisms in place to be able to fix those relationships in the short term, not let them fester and drive police and the community or other government departments apart. Now, one of the things that I feel very strongly about is we have to get into extremism in the context of crime prevention. So we as police should not be sitting back and waiting for people to cross the boundary where they've committed an offence and then pounce on them. What I see as very important is clarifying what we're doing in terms of our purpose. It shouldn't be just taking the criminal justice approach, it also has to be the social intervention. If people are concerned about kids, we must have the ability to deal with it socially, to deal with it as a crime prevention process rather than a criminal justice process. We have to be able to get in early and with the community help them and prevent them wasting their lives in jail, potentially. Now, I suppose in terms of the ideal that we're working towards, we want to be in the position where mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, friends feel that nominating somebody that they care about to the New South Wales Police Counter-Terrorism Command will be helping them and not making a situation worse. Now, I know we've got a fair way to go because to be in that position, we really have to have a lot of community trust, and it's something that we can't afford to breach. But that's the ideal that we're working towards. And I suppose our mission in terms of community engagement is to prevent young Australians ending up in jail unnecessarily and perhaps wasting 20 or 30 years. So that's what we're striving for. Are we there yet? No, I don't believe we're a long way away, but that's where we're headed. And I hope in the not too distant future I'll be able to get feedback saying we're just about there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner John O'Reilly. I'd now like to call on Dr. Salim Farrar to address the panel.
I'd like to thank Keysar Trad for inviting me to talk about this extremely important topic of radicalisation, how to counter it, and the importance of dialogue. Let me say one thing first, though, with regard to my perspective here. I'm a lawyer. I'm a public lawyer, first and foremost. I'm a British Muslim public lawyer who's come to Australia, spent most of his time in the UK, who then went to Malaysia, worked there for 6 years, and then has come to Australia. I've only been here for 2 years, and so there's a process of acculturation for me as well, coming here. Now, with that perspective, and I have a strong concern for civil liberties and issues of human rights, I want to look at this issue from the perspective of a public lawyer and from a comparative background, drawing from my experiences in the UK and also my knowledge and experiences of Malaysia. Now, my argument, and I'm going to give you an argument, I'll summarise it now, that I think we need, as a community, to promote and defend constitutionalism. By constitutionalism, I mean we need to uphold those mutually shared values which underpin constitutions. The idea of representative government, we need to believe in it, not just say it. We need to practice it. Accountability, we need to not just stress it, we need to practice it. Transparency, the same. Separation of powers, we need to stress it, we need to put it into practice. And of course, we need to uphold the independence of the judiciary and the rule of law. These are all very important things which we must stress and form part of constitutionalism. I also want to stress that we live in a multicultural state and to accept the fact of multiculturalism. And so we need to have vigorous laws which protect against discrimination. And we also need to have a much greater focus on having laws which empower people, which promote social and economic development in deprived areas and in marginalised communities. We need to have these things. So law is there to limit, it's also there to empower. And so this is what I want to focus on. Now, I'm going to illustrate this argument by looking at two case studies. Now, they'll be fairly brief. I can't go through all of the details of them, but I hope you'll get a sense of their importance. The first is Northern Ireland, and the second will be from Malaysia. And I hope, and I'll finish, having done those case studies, I'll draw some general lessons, and we'll bring it home to the lucky country here in Australia, and especially to New South Wales, and we'll see what parallels we can draw, and then I'll throw some questions out to you, perhaps. So let me take you back to 1969. 1969, I was 1 year old. And it's a tumultuous year. That was a tumultuous time for my mother. I was screaming in her lap. The US involvement in Vietnam was extremely controversial. Riots were taking place in Paris, in the United States, and elsewhere. And there was a big concern about civil rights violations. In the United Kingdom too, civil rights were also paramount. There had been a lot of migration from the Commonwealth, from Pakistan, from India, from the Caribbean. And there were racial disturbances in Notting Hill, in West London, and other places. And there were complaints of manifest discrimination, from being excluded in housing projects, from people saying they didn't want to have any blacks or any coloureds, as they called them then, going into pubs or into any places where whites only were to be given access. And so there was a passing, as a result of this, there was a passing of a Race Relations Act and the setting up of a Quango, a non-government organisation, to administer it. But the biggest problem for the UK at that time was Northern Ireland. Now, the conflict of Northern Ireland goes back a long, long way, goes back to King John in the 13th century, but what became known as the Troubles started really in 1969. The Catholic civil rights protesters, they began marching in opposition to their treatment in Northern Ireland by the majority Protestants, or loyalists, and what they felt were very discriminatory laws. Again, they were being excluded from public housing allocations. They were suffering discriminatory treatment on behalf of the police. And generally, they felt that they would be being treated in a very discriminatory way. They protested, they marched. What then became known as the Battle of Bogside in 1969 ensued. Now, some protesters were killed, and as a result of these protests, a series of laws were passed prohibiting marching, and eventually the internment in 1971 was passed by the Stormont and by the British Parliaments. Now, internment was detention without trial. Now, as a result of this, in August 1972, 10,000 people protested. And unfortunately, some British paratroopers decided they couldn't deal with it, and they shot on these protesters, killing 13 people, and then beginning well, it gave a motivation and energy to the provisional IRA to take up arms and fight a war against the British occupiers and also against the Protestants inside Northern Ireland. So this war, this guerrilla war that was fought by the IRA, lasted really until 2005. 2005. Now, during this time, three and a half thousand lives were lost. Civil liberties were suspended. The diplock courts in Northern Ireland, where you had no trial by jury and just trial by a judge, were implemented. And Catholics became targets of police suspicion on the mainland and, of course, in Northern Ireland. And it was a very difficult time. But during this process, interestingly, the British government kept the doors open for dialogue, for negotiation. And they allowed the political wing of the IRA, Sinn Féin, to get access to the British government. They also fostered close links with the community. We've already heard things about that, which allowed deep penetration by the British government into the provisional IRA. So they were able to get very important intelligence, which eventually enabled the British government to disrupt their operations. And also the British government, during this long period, they addressed the civil rights concerns of the Catholics. They passed anti-religious discrimination acts. They promoted affirmative action for Catholics so that not only would they be given access to jobs, that if there was a Protestant and a Catholic going for the same job, so long as the Catholic had the qualifications, he would get the job. So there were certain measures put in place to ensure that Catholics were no longer going to be economically and socially impoverished or disenfranchised. And also importantly, the government began to talk about power sharing between the Catholics and the Protestants. And some of you may know about the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. That was just almost the end product of a whole series of negotiations which took place over a long period of time. So gradually this worked, and the IRA, they began to lose their power base. They began to lose their support. There was also dissension within the ranks of the provisionals, and their acts of violence gradually rebounded. The Catholics, the majority of the Catholics no longer supported them. They saw their violence as being counterproductive, and they began to see the electoral process and the constitutional process as offering much more for them. Now, following 9/11, the financial support which the IRA got from the United States basically disappeared. And so this then ensured that the IRA gave up their arms. And so by 2005, basically the guerrilla war completely stopped. So I think from this first case study, we see that by fostering a climate of non-discrimination and by generating acceptance and trust in the viability of legal institutions and showing commitment on both sides to dialogue, it can bring results. But there are a number of mistakes that were made by those in authority, and which caused the problem to escalate. First, you had discriminatory laws. Second, you had ethnic discrimination or religious discrimination. Third, you had overreaction by state authorities. You had disproportionate responses, and that resulted in the violence then escalating. And then it's much more difficult then to stop. Okay, now let's move to my second case study, Malaysia. Now, Malaysia is what we call a tri-ethnic state. It's comprised of Malays, Chinese and Indians, roughly. So 2/3 of the population are what we call indigenous or Bumiputra, which is Malay and the indigenous people. About 20% are Chinese and a further 8% Indian. Now, upon independence from the British, from British colonial rule, the Malays were economically impoverished and had only about 2% of corporate wealth. The rest of it was in the hands of the foreigners, largely the British, and the Chinese. So the Chinese dominated the economic sectors. By 1969, which is about 13 years after independence, the position of the Malays had barely changed. The Chinese had extended their powers and entrenched their position within the economy, and also in the countryside where most of the Malays lived, they were waging a war. Some of the Chinese were waging a communist war. And so the Malays felt that they were being attacked on both sides. In the cities, they couldn't get jobs, and the economy was dominated by Chinese. In the countryside, they were fighting a communist insurgency. So they felt that they were being attacked on all sides. Now, on the 13th of May 1969, there was a general election, and the Malays lost some key political constituencies. It was the trigger for some of the worst ethnic violence Malaysia has ever seen. Now, people say approximately 300 people died as a result of these ethnic disturbances. Some others put it in the thousands. We're not quite sure exactly how many people were killed, but largely it was Malays killing Chinese. Now, as a result of these serious ethnic riots, a state of emergency was imposed. Martial law became the order of the day, and this was done in order to stop civil war. Now, Tun Abdul Razak, who was then the Malaysian Prime Minister, in consultation with his cabinet and the Sultan, he then embarked what I think most people would say is probably the most ambitious social experiment that's ever been tried post-colonial rule. The government established a unity government, power sharing between the Malays, Chinese, and the Indian. Now, the Chinese, Malay, and Indian communities, they had their own ethnic parties. So the Malay communities they had UMNO, the United Malays Organisation. You had the MCA, the Malaysian Chinese Association, and the MIC, the Malaysian Indian Congress. These three ethnic political groupings, they realized that they had to combine in order to save the country. And so they formed what became known as the National Front, or the Barisan Nasional, and then this compact that they had in order to save the country from falling further into chaos and civil war has lasted from 1969 right up until today. Now, even though there have been a number of blips along the way and some difficulties after general elections, generally speaking, peace and stability has been secured as a result of this compact, and it's something which countries like Sri Lanka were not able to secure, and they had a similar tri-ethnic population. Now, in addition to that power sharing, Tun Abdul Razak, he set up what was called the NEP, or the New Economic Policy. This also involved affirmative action, where the Malays would be given special preference and allocation in educational institutions, access to scholarships, jobs in the government and civil service, and access to government contracts, all with a view to Malays eventually getting 30% of corporate wealth. Remember, they only had 2% on independence. Now, these economic and political measures were then complemented by rather draconian legislation and security laws, in particular the infamous Internal Security Act. Now, this placed severe restrictions on freedom of association and freedom of expression. And they provided for very broad powers of arrest and detention, that anybody who threatened to disturb this status quo between the three races, and that might involve even missionary activity, whether by Muslims or by Christians or by Buddhists or by Hindus, any form of missionary activity could be regarded as being destabilizing. And so you could be arrested under the Internal Security Act. Now, this Internal Security Act, you could challenge an arrest. You could challenge an arrest within a specified period. But once the minister gave a decision under Section 8, then that was it. You could be detained indefinitely. And there'll be no review whatsoever by any judge, And it was purely political. Every 2 years, the minister could have a review of that decision, but he would be not obliged to release the accused, nor to have it reviewed by an independent judge or anybody else. So that's the Internal Security Act. And this has been a gripe and a concern of many Malaysians since. Now, it's still part of Malaysian law, and one of the major concerns is that this Security Act is not really used in order to preserve stability. Rather, it's used in order to stifle dissent, and for those who are advocating an alternative political program. And this was very apparent, people say, in 1988, when the Malaysian High Court decided that the main Malay party, or the major Malay unit of the Barisan Nasional, UMNO, was declared illegal by the High Court. And as a result, following this, there were a number of accusations made by opposition politicians, and then they were arrested. Kapil Singh and Lim Kit Siang and others. They were then arrested under the Internal Security Act. They were subsequently released, but many others were detained for longer periods of time. Now, similarly, during the Anwar Ibrahim affair, which is still ongoing, his supporters were also arrested under the Mahathir government and detained for very long periods of time. So the problem has been that some of these draconian pieces of legislation, they have valid origins and are very useful, but they should only be temporary, because the problem is later on they become used for other purposes and for stifling dissent and other things. Now, in the 2008 general election in Malaysia, it was clear that the people had enough of this, and they sent a very strong message to the Malaysian government, the current Malaysian government, it lost some key seats in key states. And in actual fact, in Peninsular Malaysia, they lost the election. They only held on because of their victories in East Malaysia. So the response of that to that has been a number of important reforms, economic programs, and an offer to extend the affirmative action programs, which also were seen as being too focused on Malays only. They're now being extended to all of those in Malaysia, whether they be Indian or Chinese or Malay, who suffer economic and social deprivation. So they have reformed some of these rules and some of these laws, but importantly, the ISA is still there. Now, what can we draw from this? Well, first of all, participatory democracy is extremely important. It can be a way of countering radicalization. Ethnic power sharing, whether we're talking about local government or broader than this. It works, and it can keep the peace. And remember that there were no serious disturbances following 1969. That's a long period of time. It's a fantastic performance by the Malaysians. And also the initial importance of the decisive government action. So the government had to be decisive. They had to make very important decisions. But we also see the use of disproportionate laws, and for them being counterproductive. And that gradually undermines the legitimacy of the political authorities and institutions. So, what lessons then do we have for Australia? To what extent are these two case studies both relevant? Well, the UK, Northern Ireland, and Malaysia, they're heterogeneous populations. They're multicultural, and obviously so is Australia. They're both Westminster-type democracies with a colonial heritage. So is Australia. They've all had serious racial, ethnic, or religious clashes, and they all have socially deprived and marginalised communities. Now, Malaysia and Britain, in relation to Northern Ireland, have successfully employed dialogue. They successfully employ participatory democracy, and they've had very important social and economic development projects. And also with Malaysia and Northern Ireland, they suffered relapses when the governments forgot the values of constitutionalism and liberal democracy and acted disproportionately. So what concerns then do we have in Australia with regard to counter-terrorism and the various laws and regulations here? Well, I think there are many voices which regard the anti-terror laws as being discriminatory in application on occasions, and that people may be picked up on the basis of very little evidence-based suspicion. And some may question whether they are truly necessary in practice. Can't we just use the general laws instead? Some people may think that these laws actually hamper the development of intelligence and the gathering of information, which we know is extremely important. And they can breed resentment towards the police authorities. Also, some people may think that some laws, and I think some have raised the issue of sedition laws, that they can be misapplied and they may stifle complaint. And sometimes the complaints from various ethnic minorities here, Muslim and other, may be rather vigorous and sometimes rather rude. But that doesn't mean that we prevent them from stating it or expressing their opinion. So is there an issue with regard to sedition laws? Can we encourage greater political engagement with the communities and to have much greater representation of ethnic communities, not just at council level, but much more than that? That, I don't know about you, but I'm constantly shocked when I look at all the major institutions across Australia and in New South Wales, how dominated they are still by white Anglo-Saxons. That is clearly the case, and there needs to be some sort of change in that type in the representation. Although I accept that these are gradually changing. Also, perhaps we need to have a renewed focus on discrimination law. The laws here in New South Wales with regard to discrimination do not adequately cover those who are discriminated against on religious grounds. They refer to racial grounds and ethno-religious groups, but they do not clearly prohibit discrimination which is clearly religious. So I think we need to revisit that question and to consider reforming the anti-vilification laws. And also I think we need to think very carefully and clearly about affirmative action. One of the major causes of radicalism and extremism is economic and social marginalisation. Western Sydney, as many of you know, is an economically and socially deprived area. It has its pockets of affluence, but generally that is the case. It needs to have true economic and social development, and for the governments to press this home. And I think some of us may be involved in Islamic banking and finance, and it's important that the government amend the laws to facilitate the entrance of this into Western Sydney. And then at least that would be an important symbol and for the communities in Western Sydney that their concerns are being taken seriously. So I think there are lots of things we can do. There are lots of questions that can be asked. But countering radicalisation is a holistic thing. It's not just a question for law or for public lawyers. It's for psychologists and for the communities and religious workers. But I hope what I've said at least it's invited some pause for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salim Farrar. I would now like to call on our final speaker for this afternoon session, Ms. Sanna Trad.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope to today basically, provide some insight into not just, what it's like to work as a journalist, but also just to be a Muslim youth in Australia. And, they might sound like two very different things, and quite simply they are. I think I work as my, as was mentioned before, I worked as a journalist for 2 years for the Australian newspaper, and I have to say, it's two of the most valuable years of my life in terms of the experience and insight I did gain. I think most people here would be aware that print media is a dying art. It's something that which the introduction of the internet has quite severely hurt the circulation of. I think it's been decreasing by at least 1% a year since 1990, and I think this has put a lot of pressure on print media, because when you're writing something for tomorrow, it's kind of the pressure of trying to write tomorrow's news today. And there's always going to be that temptation of whether you're going to report the news or manufacture it. And, obviously there's not a fine line between this. It's two very different things. And unfortunately, in the past, we have seen examples where, journalists have basically taken in their own hands to create a piece of news, to sensationalise something. And, as someone who started my journalism career quite idealistic, with these ideas that, journalists basically had the power to change the world. And, we were basically entrusted with this by the public to tell them what was happening, to hold politicians accountable, to let everybody know what's happening on the other side of the world. And, during my 2 years as a journalist, I have to say I did my best to try and ensure that the news was reported and not manufactured, and that everything which I did report was 100% accurate, and also basically was useful for those who are reading it. Unfortunately, it's not always going to be the case. I mean, sometimes you can write a story and it gets changed. I mean, the pressure is not only just on us, but it's on the Chief of Staff to ensure that, circulation stays up, our sponsors stay interested, and whatnot. I have to say, working in a newsroom is something magnificent, especially on a Friday afternoon. It's a high-pressure situation. You've got some of the brightest people I've ever come across. I've worked in that newsroom, and some of the journalists there do try very hard to just do those little things which, can change the way people perceive things. My mentor journalist, who's Natalie O'Brien, who I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with her work, used to say to me that what she always tried to do, because she was a major terrorism reporter Australian, was never use the term Islamic terrorist. And, it might just sound like a simple thing, but it's really important that when people do talk about terrorism, they try and differentiate between terrorism and this whole idea that, all terrorists are Muslims, and that these ideologies come from, Islamic teachings, which I hope that most people in this room are aware is not the fact. Would also like to, give the perspective of, Muslim youth. I think over the past 10 years, a lot has changed. I remember when I was in primary school, we were always encouraged by our teachers to see ourselves as Australian. It didn't matter what backgrounds we were all told that we were Australian. And the thing was, even though my school was, I think, about 40% Middle Eastern, I never saw any of the kids question that. Never saw them stand up and say, no, I'm Aleb, or I'm Vietnamese or Chinese or whatever. It was always, no, we all accepted that we were Australian. As I moved into high school, which was in 2001, which, everyone is aware was the year which Twin Towers fell and a lot of things did change, I actually saw that, a lot of young people started saying, no, I'm Leb, and they started identifying with that more than they did with, the Australian heritage. And it was quite strange to see, because I knew for a fact that most of these people had never been to Lebanon. They barely spoke a word of Arabic, but all of a sudden they decided, no, they had to identify with their Lebanese heritage. And I'm someone who, as a teenager, I was in school and I did used to wear the scarf back then as well, and I always, my religion is always something that I have held close to my heart. But, I always, did see myself as Australian, and I still saw myself then as Australian. And I remember once having a conversation with, a few friends in high school who were of Anglo-Saxon background, who said to me, were talking about being Australian, about how they were like 5th generation Australian. And they said to me, they go, yeah, you're Australian, but you can never really be a real Australian because your parents aren't Anglo-Saxon. And, you know, I found that quite strange. It's like, you know, I mean, I'm still born here, I've spent just as much time in Australia as you have, speak English just as well as you do. What grounds, you know, can you say that you're more Australian than me? Simply because something that I have no control over, have nothing to do with. But I think it's something which, you know, is quite common view. And what worries me is that in the last few years, there's been this search for this narrow Australian identity, which we can define, that, you know, trying to define this Australian identity and figure out what it was. And the problem with this is too often it's about, you know, alcohol, beaches, and all these things. And when we think about the identity, I mean, is there anything which is really unique? Is there anything which is, you know, really makes Australia any different than most other Western countries? And I remember this quote by the late Al Grasby, who was the immigration minister during the Whitlam government, where he said, on the topic of establishing an Australian identity, it'd be as if there was this elite race which considered themselves pure Australian. It'd be worse than the Third Reich. And I'm not sure that it's exactly gone that far, but I think you know, most people here would agree that too often when we do start to try and establish this Australian identity, we exclude people. And in many cases, it's Muslims and Arabs who start to feel alienated and targeted, you know, often told, if you can't, you know, speak our language or get out, or, you know, we're Australian, we drink beer, we love our beaches, and, you know, it's these kind of things which aren't really what it means to be Australian. And I think majority of people are aware of that, but unfortunately, you know, these are volatile times. These times when a lot of people have become emotional, and I think the true victims of that have been Muslim youth who have been alienated and ostracised and constantly targeted and basically left without a country because, you know, we've got our media personalities, our politicians, and even some of our legal authorities coming out there and saying, you aren't a part of Australia. Basically, you know, you have to stay on your toes. We're tolerating you here. We don't really have to, but, you know, we're going to tolerate you. So, you know, stay in line. And then comes to a stage where, you know, comes out that Muslim youth disrespect Australian values. Don't think it's a matter of Muslim youth disrespecting Australian values. It's just a matter of not, for a long time, not being included, not feeling included, being told that your values have no place within this country. And I think, you know, that's something which has been an issue for quite a long time. And before we can start to talk about de-radicalisation, trying to steer youth away from extremism, we have to remind ourselves that these are, you know, these are the people we turned our back on when they were most vulnerable, as they were being attacked from every angle, as their beliefs, their culture, everything which they once knew we were essentially taking it away from them. We were robbing them of part of their identity, telling them that, you know, this country is not yours. You don't belong here. And I think the first thing we have to look at in trying to steer youth away from extremism is basically say to them, you know what, you are Australian and you have just as much right to be here as everyone else. And if someone attacks you or attacks your right to be here, then I'm going to stand up for you. And I've got your back. And I think, you know, that's, a lot of that lies with, you know, non-Muslims coming out there and saying, no, this person is my brother and sister. And I mean, I think one thing I always have to admit I'm a little bit hurt by is when people ask me, you know, what's your nationality? Especially, you know, my fellow Australian coming up to me and asking me what's my nationality. It's like, I mean, can't tell from my accent. I was born and raised here, spent my whole life here. Isn't it quite obvious I'm just the same nationality as you? And the worst thing is after you come back and say, I'm Australian, they'll come back and say, they go, no, you know what I mean. What's your nationality? So, you know, quite obviously Australian. Why all of a sudden are you looking for the one thing which sets me apart from you and focusing on that and, you know, trying to, you know, what it's for me, when I'm asked what's my nationality, it's like someone pointing at me and goes, why are you different from me? And I think, that's one of the first mistakes we make, when we have to look at our neighbours, at our friends, at our peers and say, I want to focus on what makes us different. And I think Father Chris Riley touched on this slightly before when he said, quite controversial opinion that he thinks multiculturalism hasn't worked. And, I think he does have a point now. I'm not sure multiculturalism hasn't worked, but it is important that we remember what we have in common. And I think it'd just be great if one day we stopped thinking about our nationalities, and what mattered was the fact that, we are all human beings and we're all brothers and sisters in humanity. And it might sound like a cliche and it might sound like it can't happen, but I mean, the world's becoming more globalised every single day, and I think we have to, in order for us to progress, and I think it is the next step, we have to accept that, we are all very much similar, and we all basically should look at ways which we can work together.
Thank you, Sanna. I'd now like to open the floor to questions to any members of our panel. Mr. Trad will be walking around with the microphone. Are you sure it's on?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you for everyone really who invite us here. Maybe I try to do it a little bit different. I understand dialogue really. There are two parties, they have different opinions, or they are worried about a topic, and they sit down at the same level and they debate it. Not to invite ones who will share you the same opinions, but just a little bit different. And we have to be honest with each other. If we are not honest, we cannot achieve anything. And honest me really say things as they are. And let me really say about 3 words which was used now. Sorry about my maybe English, but I will say that as it is. We spoke about multicultural, terrorism, radicalism. There are many things, but let me stop on those things. I think many of the Western politicians in Germany and England, everywhere, they say multicultural has failed down. That was natural to fail down because from beginning, they was not honest to say what they want to achieve from multicultural. And anyone who respects himself, before I speak about any topic, I put the definition of it. If I don't put a definition, I can just use the word and do whatever I want. What is multicultural in a capitalist state? The state is capitalist state, society is, politician, parties, it's a pure capitalism. Natural that everyone who live here, he has to live under the law, no problem with that. But really they mean with multicultural, especially with Muslim, it's not that you live under the law. No one say, I need another law. Which Muslim said in Australia and America, England, look, I need a parallel law. No one say that. But the issue they want you to leave part of your belief, education, faith, values. They want you really to give up. And that you have to change your religion, your deen, to suit their way of life. But they don't say that direct, but indirect. That's why it has to fail down. Because Muslims will never give up their deen. That's a fact. Muslims will never give up their deen. And they will never let anyone to put a definition what is Islam. Islam is put, we believe in it as it is. The point is, let us live with each other, everyone understand the other. But don't force me to change my deen that you will be happy with me. That's one. Now terrorism, okay, if you say someone come to London, do a bomb, or let me say 11 September, Dr. Ibrahim said beautiful things about it, but away from that, it's a terrorism, okay? But are we allowed, as a Muslim, to say, you send your troops to kill at least 1 million Iraq? This is a terrorism. Or not? Is that not? You create the state of Israel, which kill millions of people. That's a terrorism. You are the one who's supporting, I speak politics now. You are the one who's supporting those puppet regimes. Mubarak, you support him 30 years. killed hundreds of people, thousands of people. Now when he fell down, you start speaking about democracy again. You spoke democracy 30 years ago, and you start speaking about democracy again. Yeah, you trick us. That's a joke. You support those dictator regimes just because they are your puppet. We know that the youth who do the revolution in the Muslim land now, they are brave, they are intelligent, they are not stupid. But you cannot just trick us again. Just respect the people. You don't respect Muslims. You have to respect there is another way of life. There is another ideology. There are people who believe in something else. When Tony Blair put a definition of, I come now to radicalism. What is radicalism? It's not to eat falafel or ham. It's not Vegemite or Lebanese bread. Radicalism, when Tony Blair spoke about terrorism, he put four things. Anyone who called for Sharia, implementation of Sharia in Muslim land, not in London, he's a radical. By God, is that your right, Tony Blair, to say for people in Mecca, in Medina, in Baghdad, what law you want? Is that your job? Then anyone who call, we are Muslim, we want to live under Islamic law, you are a radical Muslim. Secondly, if you say Palestine belongs to us, that's occupied land, we want to free our land. Now you are radical. Who by Allah will accept a land will be occupied, the people kicked out from the land, and who will accept it? But if you as a Muslim say that, you are radical. What else? You are not allowed to united Muslim land. You are not allowed. It has to be divided 50 countries. And you have maybe more and more. If you say, look, why in Europe, by God, you do that, but in Muslim land, if you ask for that, you are radical. And then the problem really, there's no respect for others. And still, if you invite us here, you invite us to share you how to implement your agenda. You listen to us. But end of the day, you implement an agenda. You are not to be convinced and to change it. There are politicians who decide. We don't sit with the politician. We send the policeman, he do his job. I accept that, I respect that. And any policeman will protect the society from anything. That's a job, for sure, you have to do it. Everyone has to do it. But a politic maker, or the politician who make the politics, they don't listen to anyone, they have their own agenda. And they want to use those simple Muslims, just help us. Very simple, I say that many times. If you don't want to see, it's not justifying. Don't say you justify terrorism. If I see a man who smoked 20 or 4 packets a day, I say to him, look, that will kill you. It's not justifying for killing. It's fact. If you want to keep supporting dictator regimes, steal the wealth of the people, dividing the nations, don't respect their deen, you send your troops in the Baghdad, you kill millions, don't expect it will be no reaction in London, Paris, and Sydney. That's, how can you really don't expect that? It is not justifying. That's a fact. And no sheikh can help you. Still, if you pay them money, if you bring them every day for barbecue, no one can help you. Justice can help you. Respect can help you. Everyone has to know what the other can help you, but not those ways to buy people, to pay money for someone. No one can really stop that. That's why really, let us respect each other, speak really bravely to each other, open. Maybe that's why we can help everyone everywhere, not only in Sydney, Paris, and London. What about the being in Baghdad, Damascus, or Al-Quds, or Kabul? Are they not a human being? But really, that was my topic, and I hope it will be really more time to debate things like that.
Thank you. Would anybody on the panel like to say anything, or should I pass to the next question?
Yeah, if I just say something with regard to multiculturalism, I think one of the issues is what do we mean by it? Multiculturalism doesn't mean assimilation. Oh yeah, true. Many countries do, and it has been the established understanding of multiculturalism. But Australia is certainly not alone in this, and they are trying to change agendas and programs, but they have to give more meaning to multiculturalism and to try to encourage other communities to understand another community. I still find it shocking when my daughter comes home from her public school and then she's reading about British colonial history. and how this influences Australian history. I'm sorry, it's a multicultural country. I think we should be learning about all the different groups and their histories, because that's Sydney, that's New South Wales, it's the new Australia. So what does Australian identity mean? Well, it means all the people who comprise Australia. And we're increasingly Asian, we're increasingly Middle Eastern, we're increasingly global, and our educational agendas and curricula should reflect that. So I don't think we've really given multiculturalism a real go, to be frank. And also that there are issues with regard to where we live, to be frank. We are racially segregated in Sydney. We are racially segregated, and we need to give thought, a lot of thought to planning laws. We need to give a lot of thought to this, and we don't. And so I'm afraid that we need to look at these things holistically and to get people together. Otherwise, we're making problems for the future.
Thank you. Just a note on comments and questions. The panel are happy to take any comments and questions, but can we please keep them as brief as possible, because we are sort of running on a deadline. And I'll take the next question. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anas Khalifa. First of all, I thank Sheikh Abdel Naser for inviting me and inviting my father here. And I thank all our dear guests to come around. And I thank my father to bring me to this beautiful country. And as my sister said over there about feeling so un-Australian, I've only been here for 4 years, so, I haven't been born here or anything like that. But I've went to high school here, and I remember there was a girl who used to wear a hijab in my class, and she was probably the smartest girl in the school. And she actually applied for a school captain position, and which I thought she was the most suitable one for this position. But most of the schools said no, because she used to wear a hijab. And so I feel what you're talking about. Second thing, just referring back to terrorism. I'm pretty young in age, so, but I still hear a lot about the terrorism, and in my workplace as well. Every time I say to anyone, I'm a Muslim person, they look at me, but I'm a very open person, and I discuss this thing always with them, that Islam doesn't mean nothing, and it's not a combination of terrorism at all. It's totally like something else than terrorism. It's actually Islam is salvation. It's freedom. It's something like that we practice, and we try. It's tell us to love people, tell us to make peace, tell us like basically about these things that make the world go right. Also, another point. I remember a few years ago there was a Muslim guy. I think he was a Pakistani or something from the western suburbs, who someone used his phone or SIM card to call some bloke overseas who the government thought it was a terrorist or something like that. He went to jail for quite a long time. But I'm quite sure that if you go to Bondi or Double Bay and you see our Jewish Australians or whatever what they are, they send so much money to Israel, to the army who kills people, who they occupied these other people's country, and they kill kids. And I remember like last year or the year before, there was a helicopter shooting people on top of the roof, and they brought a little short video about it, but they don't show it in the news. They don't show nothing like that in the news. And they call Muslims terrorists. What do you call these people? Good people? I don't know. But what I'm saying is, all what Muslims want is equality, and just tell the truth, Just tell the truth, and that's all.
Thank you.
I think the case that was being referred to was what happened with Mohammad Hanif, and I have to say this was one of the few times I was very proud to be a member of the media as I was working for The Australian as this story unfolded, and Hedley Thomas in the Brisbane office did some great work in just trying to reveal the truth of what had happened there, and this was basically an innocent man being denied his civil rights. And I think as I was, before I was mentioning what has happened over the past 10 years, and I think one of the most disappointing things is civil rights being trampled on, and this whole concept of us moving backwards. I mean, these were things that we had taken. We thought we'd gotten rid of. We didn't think that racism was an issue anymore. That people can be discriminated against based on their colour, based on their religion. We didn't think that was happening anymore, especially in London. I mean, as a student of history, I was reading about what was happening in London, not just in history, but recently. I mean, London was ahead of most other countries in terms of multiculturalism, in terms of how accepting they are of other races. And
it's gone back.
Sorry?
It's gone back.
Yeah, and that's the most disappointing thing, that in London, somewhere where you expected was had made all this progress, and you had someone being shot based on their colour by legal authorities, and and I think that's something which really worries me. I think your biggest fears being a student of history or a student of literature and reading Aldous Huxley novels or George Orwell novels is that these things are actually going to become a reality, or these things are going to become a reality again. And in the past 10 years, a lot of our worst fears have been realised. I mean, we went to war in Iraq over weapons of mass destruction which never existed. Did anyone ever think there would be another Vietnam? It doesn't seem possible. It's almost surreal. I mean, I remember the day that war was declared on Iraq. It was a nightmare. I felt sick in my stomach, and I'm sure so many other people did. And I think it's disappointing that we still have to have these discussions about how we're going to, fix these problems which we thought we had fixed. And
thank you. I'll take the next question from the front.
Assalamu alaikum. Mohammad al-Wali from the Halal Authority. Today, discrimination is not direct, it's even indirect. For example, newspapers, Channel 7, and other media like John Laws and other stupid people like him are attacking Muslims for eating halal. Today, I certify 1/3 of all the food export of this country. If anyone doesn't want to eat halal, then he better live on a diet of pork and wine and leave everything else, because everything else is halal certified. Now I'm getting the white supremacists, they are calling and saying, I don't want to eat halal. Well, go somewhere else. They are telling me to go back to my country. I say, well, because you are unhappy here and you want to eat your own food. I say, well, I'm very happy here. I make a lot of money out of you. And if you are not happy, please find another country to go to. The solution really is we have to have a panel or a group of lobbyists. Their job and only job is to call those newspapers and media people and attack them and say, if you continue on this line, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to talk to the advertisers and ask them not to advertise with you. And frankly, I've got $8 billion worth of export that I can move with. So when are you going to do something about that?
Thank you. I think we had another question in the fourth row. Does anyone want to make
Yeah, Frederick Douglass said, agitate, agitate, agitate. And so it is important to raise those issues. And also in the context of globalization, it's all about secularism. And if you keep emphasizing halal, 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 it's identified with religion. And as we know from France and Germany, there are moves to ban halal food. And so I would expect the same sort of political agenda to be raised here.
Thank you. 1/3 of people working in the food industry will not have a job.
Yeah.
Because I will stop certifying anything for export.
Agitate, agitate, agitate.
And I can stop the economy of this country if I wanted to.
I want to just say one thing. I think what we're talking about is an international issue, and we haven't seen. I mean, the most people are what's called. They have to be with us as the politicians. We've just seen here today a few of them. Tony Stewart, he was very active with us. Even I live in Lakemba, but always I go to Bankstown or ask him. Live in Bankstown to give us a hand. So the politicians and other departments, immigration is all the departments supposed to be all together and trying to solve this problem, not just leave it for the police or the federal police to solve it, and just sitting down in the Parliament House and creating a laws which is putting people in jail. So all of them supposed to get together and try to come to the people and see how to solve the problem, and everybody put his part, from the immigration, from the educations, from the politicians and the media as well, because as a Muslim, if I say anything as a sheikh, I've made any even khutbah in a small mosque and I say something, and then they're not going to say it's a freedom of speech. You're trying to make the people radical or something. Then they come across and say it's a dangerous. Why they didn't say the same thing for the media and say what you're saying, it's a very dangerous for the country? Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the fourth row. Are there any responses to that? Have you?
Just a quick question. Thank you. Just a quick question, Brother Salim. Earlier on you made reference to the anti-discrimination laws not being inclusive of religion, and Brother Mohammad made reference to discrimination being more covert these days than direct. Do you see any changes being made to the anti-discrimination laws to be inclusive of religion? Because it is perhaps not as covert as one might imagine. Just recently I heard of a young lady go for an interview with a hijab. She's a law student, and the very first question that was directed at her was, "What is that on your head?" When she replied it was a headscarf, he said, "Well, why do you wear it?" And then the next question was, "Do you go to church on Sundays?" Now, this not only demonstrated his own ignorance, but the line of questioning continued throughout the interview. And what recourse does she have now? So I'm just wondering if down the track we'll have changes to this legislation. Thank you.
Other states have implemented discrimination legislation, anti-discrimination legislation, which allows for religion. But New South Wales has so far refused to do so because, one, there are issues of how do you define religion, and they find that really problematic. And so this is an ongoing debate. I think going back to the issue of politics and getting sufficient groups of people together to make a campaign, then that can make a difference. That can make a difference. So lobbying is extremely important. Certainly, I would say today, one of the most invidious forms of discrimination is, and relevant in New South Wales, is religious. So it seems absurd we don't have any legislation which addresses religious discrimination.
Thank you.
Just on that point, actually, I have a case before the tribunal which just went before an appeal panel, just on the Anti-Discrimination Act and whether Muslims are covered by the term ethno-religious or not. We're hoping to get a decision very soon. But yesterday, the Premier, Christina Keneally, came to launch her campaign in Bankstown, and I put the same question to her. I said to her, we've written to Bob Carr before and asked him, or we've asked him, may not have been in writing, but we've asked him repeatedly to introduce protections for minorities, similar but not the same as what's in Victoria and Queensland. Then when Morris Yema came in, we also wrote to him and we asked him, and his response is very blunt. We will not be. And I said, well, what about your government, now that you're launching a campaign? Will you be introducing protections for minorities? And she said, well, I'm not convinced that that's the right way. We've considered a Bill of Rights, and I'm not convinced that that's going to work, and I'm not convinced, and I'm not convinced. Well, we have to, as Dr. Salim said, we have to agitate a bit more to talk to these people, to these politicians, and show them that this is very important to us. We're not just out there putting our hand out for grants. We want our rights to be protected.
Thank you. We'll just take a couple more questions.
Too short. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thanks again for everybody joining us over here, especially Mr. Naser, Dr. Ibrahim, and the rest of us. And I've got two things to say. Multicultural, in my explanation and my understanding, when you do have one scale for everybody, that's mean multicultural. Second thing, when create a terrorist word, where it come from? After the September 11, who created it? I believe that jar of water, when you tip it, there's water in it. And you have water in it. When you do say a terrorism and you create it and you spread it all over the world, that means it's a create for your own self. That means you're the person who are terrorism. And thanks for everybody. And I really thanks Mr. Halal company. We got Mohammad, says Mohammad. We've got people like him, powerful on the ground, so he can support us and build us Muslim, walking on the ground as a Muslim in create to present our Islam on the ground so everybody can see us who are the Muslims. Thank you very much for everybody.
Actually, Brother Mohammad has also been a generous supporter of many of the organizations in the Muslim community. Thank you for sharing some of the halal proceeds. There are other halal certifiers who actually keep it to themselves. So, thank you. Does anybody want to comment or share?
Yeah, just in relation to terrorism, you can look at terrorism as being a philosophical concept, but when we talk about terrorism in New South Wales, it's actually defined in the Commonwealth legislation. So the Commonwealth Criminal Code Act defines what a terrorism offence is. So it's activity that's religious, ideological or political, and it's designed to cause significant harm. So the significant harm could be injury to people, or it could be an attack on critical infrastructure, but it's for political, ideological or religious purposes. Now the legislation specifically excludes protest. So you can lobby, you can hold lawful protests that can never be construed as terrorism. So if anybody is interested in what definitions we use, it's available in the actual legislation, or you can get it on the website Secure New South Wales, so www.secure New South Wales. Now, somebody mentioned earlier about the terminology, what is a radical, and there was all sorts of different meanings put forward. In New South Wales, we've defined what we mean when we say an extremist or a radicalised individual. So we have defined an extremist as being somebody who passively supports a breach of the terrorist legislation, and a radicalised individual is somebody who has the mindset, the mens rea, to actually commit the offence. So somebody said before that you have to define what you're talking about, and I really agree with that. But terrorism, when we use it here, is in relation to the Australian legislation, and it's not the philosophical meanings, if you know what I mean.
Thank you.
We never heard this word before the September 11. It's only created after the September 11.
No, it's...
Thank you. I'll take the final couple of questions from the back, but I'll keep in mind we only have 5 minutes, so be as brief as possible.
Okay. Thank you, the distinguished guest and guest, Mr. Raleigh. I will ask you a direct question, because like they asked you a lot of questions, or they raised a lot of issues where I'm sure you can't solve the world's problem, even though you agreed with most of them. In relation to your specific job, and like especially we have in Bankstown a so-called Middle Eastern squad, where this is really a racist name to have like a squad just specifically for Middle Eastern, where as soon as we hear the name we feel all like we are racist. We are all terrorists. And my kid the other day, 10 years old, asked me, why is there only a Middle Eastern squad? There's no Vietnamese squad, no Australian squad, no other things. So I'm just asking you in your specific area. Thank you very much.
No problem. Well, actually, having ethnic-based or orientated squads is nothing new. It's been around for a long time. I'm actually Irish. In England, they had squads working on Irish terrorism. I actually worked on Italian organised crime some years ago. So at different times, it'll become more efficient to have a crime squad that's organised on a particular ethnic group.
He said
Squad.
Squat. You know, a ghetto.
No, squad.
Middle Eastern.
Organised crime squad. Sorry, not squat. D, not T.
We'll take the next question.
Okay, my question is for Mr. John. But first of all, I want to highlight like a couple of points. First of all, in the Arabic language, if the definition of terrorism is quite wider than the English one. So, for example, these power shows and these militant parades done by several countries, the definition of terrorism can be through describing these parades, and because they are like frightens all the people and showing power. And this is just an example. And the other thing is, we all know that these people who are called terrorism now and who are doing such issues which is related to terrorism were used to be supported by different parts in the 80s and the early 90s, and then after that they are terrorism. And we all know how did these people came out to the world. And my question is, when we want to solve any problem, we usually look for the reason, not for the results. From your experience, did you ever get the reason of these terrorism acts done in the words, terrorism actions, September 11, the ones done before and later? Do you ever get the reason for that? Did you ever realize the reason why do some people doing this, why they started to believe this, while they didn't do that before? And that's it. This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to clarify something. There's been a number of people that said terrorism was never around before 9/11, and that's not the case. Terrorism legislation came into being in Australia for the first time following the Hilton bombing, which had nothing to do with Islamic-based terrorism. So when people say that terrorism was never around before September 11, that's a myth.
It wasn't a big word until September 11.
There was actually, it was.
It was.
It absolutely was.
Not amongst commoners. It was in the law, but
there was.
We never pointed to that. Like we never realised that because we weren't linked to it. But now, like there's the link now. That's where everyone's like.
No, I understand what you say, and I think that's largely an educational issue in mainstream society.
Would you say Muslims the new Irish?
But exactly. But what I'm saying is, and what I say on behalf of New South Wales Police is that terrorism is not an Islamic issue. Terrorism is a legal issue about breaking a particular section of the law. So if you want to harm people for political, religious or ideological causes, you're a terrorist, as per the legislation. It doesn't mention Islam. I mean, you could have a far-right ideology. You could hate everybody who doesn't have blue eyes and red hair. That makes you a terrorist if you're prepared to harm people for that reason.
Thank you. We'll take a lot.
Has anybody been, anybody who's not a Muslim, has anybody who's not a Muslim been charged on any of those laws?
Yes. Yes. Western Australia.
Last question.
Yeah. Well, it is not a question. First of all, I want to thank the organizer for this conference, and I want to ask Ms. John, do you feel that this conference will go further more to have dialogue, continuing dialogue with the Muslim community to get to know more about the Muslim community and what they want, and how we can cooperate with the police state?
Yes, I do. I think not talking, not raising things out in the open allows things to fester. And I hope I've shed some light on the actual where terrorism came from in Australia, but nothing to do with Islam. Absolutely nothing. It was to do with the Hilton bombing, and the suspects at the time were from a completely different group that originated in India. Nothing to do with Islam. I think by raising things, we can shed light on misconceptions.
It's not mine.
Hers doesn't work.
No, mine does work.
It does work.
Yeah.
The dialogue definitely does help. Now, my concern about where we take this in the future is I think we have to get into schools with primary age children when they're actually vulnerable to misconceptions and a lack of understanding, and educate them on what comprises Australia. People are afraid of what they don't know. And people are also afraid of, if they don't know the full picture, it's human nature to make up the rest, to try and work out what the picture is and make it up. And we can eliminate that through education and dialogue.
Thank you. We have an absolute final question.
Okay. Thank you, John O'Reilly, for coming. Just a quick question on you define radicals and extremists, right?
Yeah.
And I attended a presentation by New South Wales Police before, where you had 4 concentric circles, where you had the outside, the general Muslim population, yes, where you had the third circle, Islamist fundamentalists, then you had extremists, and then you had the middle one, radicals. So I know the New South Wales Police will be ill-disposed towards extremists and radicals. What is the New South Wales Police stance on Islamist fundamentalists? Because what I see, fundamentals is following the fundamentals of religion, whereas we see in the media and all that stuff, it's a negative connotation given to Islamists and fundamentalists. So what is New South Wales Police official stance towards that? Like, how do you...
Our official stance is, if you practice any form of religion and you're not hurting anybody, it's got nothing to do with us. So whether you follow a fundamentalist form of religion or not is your choice. And we certainly wouldn't propose or suggest that we should have anything to do with that at all. So it's basically the definition of terrorism that I'm looking at in my context. If you're prepared to breach the legislation and commit a terrorist act, no matter who you are, no matter what religion you're from, well, then you're of interest to us. But if you practice an orthodox form of religion, that is none of my business.
Thank you. We have some final presentations from the stage.
Before the presentation, or should I call you after the presentations or before? After the presentations. We'd like to call Dr. Ibrahim or Mohammad again to take his presentation, and Sheikh Naser, if you would come up. The first one in my hand is to Assistant Commissioner General Ali. I'll just explain that this thing can be taken off to lay it back to rest in the case. Thank you very much. Okay. Dr. Ibrahim or Mohammad. Dr. Ibrahim, thank you very much.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Dr. Salim Farrar. Thank you. And finally, to Sanna Trad. Sanna. Finally, I'd like to call our parliamentary host back to the front. We wouldn't be here without him and without the efforts of his office. Sheikh Naser said at the start that Leah from Tony's office had adopted this conference and worked on it as hard as we did.
Thank you, Keysar. And firstly, can we thank Keysar for his hard work and the people that supported this. I said this morning when we opened up this conference that we're going to go on a journey together, and we've done that. We've explored ideas, we've explored concepts, we've had disagreements, we've agreed on things. But that's what this is all about, the dialogue that can lead to inclusion. And I really appreciate the guest speakers that have been here today at the panel, who have added a great degree of veracity to all of this, and have spoken things in a very blunt way, the way that we need to hear things, so we can see the truth in the way things are approached. We're all sons and daughters of Abraham. Today I was blessed to join with you as a brother through this conference, but importantly to pray with you as well. And I want to point out the significance of that prayer here in the Parliament. This is 170 years old plus, this Parliament, the oldest Parliament in Australia, the oldest continuous Westminster Parliament in the world. And this is the first time that Muslim prayer has been held in the Parliament anywhere in Australia. Now, Mao Zedong, it's worth quoting, said that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step only to move forward. Today, you've moved leaps, not just one step, in the direction of creating not just better harmony in our community, but getting a recognition of the rights of individuals and the rights that you have as people of Australian Islamic background. Can I give you one bit of advice after being in politics for 16 years and moving on to a different life? Always treat things from the offensive. That means be constructive, put your case forward, show what is good, demonstrate the credibility of something. Don't be defensive. When you're defensive, the media will get you because they like a street scrap. They like you to come out and say, this is what we think, when rather we could say is, what you're saying is wrong, and we can demonstrate that through our behaviour. And I really think that's the big lesson out of today too. I note some of the comments that were made today, and some people in their heart are very upset with the direction that some things take. But trust me in this at much, in terms of what I've learned, by defending something, you can do it in a constructive way, in what we know as an offensive plan. Not to offend, but to be constructively involved in a dialogue and show by example. So today, you've shown me through example that I'm part of your family, the panellists as well, and importantly, we've demonstrated that family is community and we can find the answers in a time where answers have been difficult, have been clouded, and some in our community, but a minority, want to taint and create a subversive element of racism that then spirals on for those that do have a fear. Now, politicians prey on fear. It's an easy catch. John Howard said, don't be afraid when we were looking at the idea of world terrorism. Don't be alarmed, just be out there to report. And we had this whole thing going on and on and on. It was like McCarthyism taking off. It was a ridiculous time in Australia because it wasn't constructive. But to our credit, we saw through that time. We've still got some dramas ahead of ourselves, but as I said today, this man, you people, these people out the front here have helped planted a seed that gives us a positive opportunity to deal with these issues. So thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for your time in this Parliament.
Thank you very much, Tony.